Well, hello and welcome to those of you that are joining me now. As always, I'm the fashionably 5 minutes late. It's not intentional, by the way. It's just the way my bio clock works. And busy lighting up some frankincense to get in the mood. We've got a big discussion today. We're going to be talking about the upcoming eclipse, the way in which the upcoming eclipse affects our energy bodies, our vibrational fields. We're also going to be looking at the fundamental structure of the energetic bodies, the subtle bodies, and how to develop these, what one can do to strengthen these subtle bodies and to bring them into resonance. I've got a few people going to be joining me in a little while. I'm starting alone for the first few minutes. Welcome to those that are watching. Hope you're having a great weekend. We have the pending eclipse approaching. We're going to be talking about that eclipse. We're going to be talking about rituals related to the eclipse as well. Since we're talking about the energetic body and how the energetic body is affected by the eclipse. How's my audio, by the way? Is my audio good? I hope it's clear. Hello, Mexico. Hope you're well. How's my audio, by the way? Is it good? We've got people interloping, and we've got Indy Sage that's joined us. So let's do the introductions. We start off. We're going to have Dr. K coming a little bit late. We're also going to... Hello, Julian. How are you? Julian, by the way, those of you that don't know, gosh, Julian, why don't you slam us in your link into the search bar, into the chat bar? I can bang it across the screen. Julian's got a really cool channel. His channel is looking at landmarks in South Africa, especially ancient landmarks and the way they are related to the ancient histories, to the underground civilization, to many of the folk tales and the historical anecdotes, the mythologies of the indigenous people, the sand people. Definitely worth checking out. So, Julian, when you can, hit in the link for your for where people can find you. I think he's got some awesome content out there. So let's start with the introduction. We've got Indy Sage here. Indy is a shadow worker, an energy worker. He works with people's shadows. He helps people to integrate their repressed subconscious impulses and the parts of themselves that they've denied, helps them to bring it into conscious awareness. And he's a highly skilled person with what he does. He's very integrous with it. I've known him for a little while. He's been through a lot in life, so he's got a lot of experience of processing his own shadow. It takes nothing like having bad things happen to us to have to face our shadow. This is what happens in life, but I'm sure he'll tell you about how if you don't process your shadow will find you. That's what the shadow does. Anyway, dear brother Indy is a valued part of our team, a very lovely brother, and welcome to the zone. And Dr. K is going to be a little later, as are the other two partners in crime. So do please say a few words, brother.
All right. Thanks for the wonderful introduction, Franklin. Yeah, shadow work is my passion, my life's work. And I've used it to help myself, and I try to give it away in order to keep it in my life, keep it fresh and keep it resonant. And so it works with the shadow, and the shadow is part of the emotional body. And as many of you know, the shadow is from emotional repression, trauma, suppression of emotions, stuffed emotions, emotional wounds. And so we push these emotions away, but they don't go into a nowhere's land. They go in within us, into our heart, and they reside there until we're ready to go in and bring a light into that darkness that we've brought into ourselves. And we carry this inner turmoil around in our lives. Oftentimes, choosing to live in a state of denial instead of facing our fears and facing our worries. And it's easier to point fingers a lot of times at others and say, hey, that person's doing something wrong. They're the problem. And it's easier to distract ourselves with this line of thinking. But we don't have a responsibility to control other people's lives. It's our responsibility to be able to control our lives and control our response to the world around us. That's the most we can do in self-mastery is our responsibility. So I was fortunate enough to be able to take this into my own hands, and this endeavor has brought me into a wonderful place in life where I've been able to overcome my inner turmoil, and I've been able to um, create inner harmony and joy within to take its place. So it's a beautiful process, and it's a challenging one. It's a thing where you're gonna have to go in to open up the figurative can of worms that you've got inside, and you need to have the spiritual tools and the emotional support network to go through all that. So when you have those things in your life and you're ready to go through a transformation, you too could do shadow work and bring it into your life and become whole and integrate those lost parts of yourself, often from your childhood. Lost parts of authenticity are suppressed. So when we can do that, we become whole. It's a very freeing experience. I also do work with ancient mysticism, and as well, I work with anthropology, cultural, linguistic, and evolutionary anthropology. Um, I'm very interested in different belief systems, so I explore all the different religions and spiritual systems. So it should be a really interesting show today. It'd be great to have Khalil on with us, the master of the numbers, the language of God. So this is going to be a fun show today, and I'm interested to learn more about the subtle energy bodies and some practices that we can work on to tune those in and fine tune those. Thank you, Franklin.
Lovely, brother. Yeah, Dr. K said he's going to be a little while, and Jeremy will be on in a little while. And there are a few people coming on slightly late, but I think it gives us a great opportunity to start looking at the energetic processes that can be used, the kind of work. I mean, we can work this show backwards, upside down, all around. Got that tune playing in my head. I hope there is a tune like that. If not, I better write it quickly. Give me a guitar because it's in my head. So yeah, the energetic work that we can do, and what you just said was a gold mine, because much of our emotional complexes are repressed, and it has a lot to do with our mental attitudes. And so this gives us a great opportunity to look at this. So essentially the aura is sevenfold, but it's not quite that simple, because it is 3 sections within the aura, and those 3 sections each consist of 3 sections, and of those 3 sections, 3 parts of those 3 sections are shared between 2 sections. Hope this is making sense. So it brings us down to a slightly different factor when we look at this, because it means that there are 3 dynamic parts of the energetic system, the infrastructure. And this is why you got the 3 bunts in yoga. I've discussed this at length in a few different discussions, but now we can revisit it, and then we can look at what one can do. So if we consider the mechanical structures of consciousness, then we can look at it like this. Yeah, Julian, we will be looking at this. Diana Ross, that's who it is. Dirty Diana. Oh my gosh. Way back, hey? I can't write that song. Damn. Yeah, so we've got these 3 fundamental structures. And if we look at our physical form, we've got our physical organs of sensation, which is how we can sense reality. And these are very sensation based. And our appetites are very closely connected to our sensations of pleasure, sensations of displeasure, sensations of cold and heat. And these sensations that we experience are twofold. They are based both upon the qualities, we'll discuss the qualities in a little while, and the perceptual arrangement of the qualities, which is something else. So we've got the physical form, the physical body of sensation. Then we've got the mental body. And the mental body, when I'm speaking of the mental body, I'm not speaking of the first principle. I'm not speaking of thought. When I think of the first law of hermetics, I think of pure thought. But when I think of the mental sphere, I think of the word meant as in what he meant. Was that what he meant? Cement, which is what cements things together. Shem, meant. When you put the word Shem, which is meaning name, and meant together, you end up with the name that glues, cement. So things that cement connections, contracts, basically. So this is the mental body, the physical body, the emotional body. Now we know what the emotional body is. The emotional body is what I like to term and consider as the awareness, the sphere of awareness. And the sphere of awareness is dealing in qualities. Emotions are qualities that we can experience. Qualities of being heated, qualities of being cooled, qualities of being angry, qualities of being joyful. Qualities are the currency of emotion. And emotion has three aspects as per the three fundamental bodies. We then have the spiritual body. Now, the spiritual body is a unified field of consciousness. In the Vedic cosmologies, we speak of the Akash, the fifth element, if you will, of the inference of the four elements. So this is effectively what we're talking about when we consider it. And so when we think of it, we could think of the earth element as being a combination. And by earth, I don't mean the elemental earth. I mean this earth where we live, this physical phenomenon, as an amalgamation between the qualities of emotion and the qualities of mental. And the mental are like structures, thought boxes, thought forms, in which the qualities can dwell. So from a Kabbalistic perspective, we speak about the Sefirot. And the Sefirot are the containers of the divine energy, which are emanations, as we can consider them from a Kabbalistic perspective. When we speak in terms of the yoga or the Tantra or the Vedic tradition, we're speaking of the chakra. And the chakra means whirling, spinning. And so energy tends to whirl and spin. It's what energy does because it's constant expression of movement. And movement always moves around an axis. This is the nature of movement. Look at the solar system. Look at the way cells grow. Look at everything seems to whirl around. Look at the way a flower expands, the way tissue expands into itself. Everything whirls from a spiral. And the spiral is a reflection of the toric field. So when we speak of a torus, we're speaking about a twin spiral that is 3 dimensions. I want you to consider that for a moment. A twin spiral that has 3 dimensions. So the spiral is both coming out of itself, but it comes out of itself towards its surface, where on the surface it becomes an imploding spiral going back into itself. So it's both entering into itself and coming out of itself at the same time. And so here we have this emotional quality and this mental frame within which the emotional quality can exist. So the one body is our mental body, which is forms, perception. It's how we perceive ourselves. It's how we form structures within our thoughts. It's how we create fixed ideas, beliefs. It's how we're able to communicate through language, because language is the gauging of these different structures and putting them together. And so these thought cases are representing sounds, words. And the sounds represent the sacred geometry of sound, for sound has shape. If you want to learn more about that, go and take a look at Pythagoras. Pythagoras is essentially the father of musical theory. and discovered the range of musical notation by studying the geometry of a triangle and expanding therefrom. Plato stole his work and tried to pawn it off as his own ideology. But Plato was just basically um, expressing not as well as Pythagoras did, Pythagorean mathematics, if you want to get right down to it. In fact, Plato stole a lot, from my opinion, from all of those great thinkers that came before him. And he didn't give enough credit because obviously egos, egos, people don't want to acknowledge, oh, I'm just borrowing from that. I'm borrowing from that. They want to take the credit. So we've got these thought containers, which is our perception field, which is our energy body of the etheric body. The etheric body is the body of structure, and it structures this reality. It's based on mental forms. We have the astral body, which is the body of qualities. And the astral body is embedded within the etheric body, or is actually more correctly, it is working through the etheric body. That's probably a better way of looking at it, because the astral moves in through the etheric. And on the journey of the astral moving through the etheric, the physical body is born, because the physical body is an interaction between the astral moving through the etheric, between the qualities of emotion moving through the fixed fields of mental cementing concepts, thought forms that give fruit and give us the ability to perceive the awareness of these qualities. Without the ability to perceive the awareness of the qualities, there wouldn't be distinctions. So this is the distinctions that we can recognize in the intellect that is usually drawing information from the distinctions between things, as if to say, this thing is similar to that thing, or this thing is the opposite to that thing, or these two things are nothing like each other. And this way we're able to extrapolate outwards into the world around us and make sense out of the proverbial madness of life. So we've got the etheric body, we've got the astral body moving through the etheric body, and these two interactions is what we consider to be the physical body. Because the physical body is really just the interaction of these two fields. You can see it well represented if you get an image of, let me just get an image of Ida Pingala. And that should be able to open image in a new tab. Let's hope it's not a mini image. Oh, it's a mini image. So where do we find a not so mini image? Let's see, open image in a new tab. There we go. Oh gosh, these people are giving me all midget images. Well, I'll keep talking, and I'll try and multitask here. I'll try and talk while I look for a decent image to show you. Although you have seen these images, and there will be nothing new in seeing these images. These are the images that you see when you consider a yogic mandala of the physical body. And it shows you the caduceus. And the caduceus is this representation, as it was known in the land of Kim, which became, ancient Egypt. And so we are basically expressing the same ideas that we were expressing before we got into this modern time. And so this is rather fundamentally important to consider and understand, because these energetic systems are the fundamental structures through which the consciousness field is able to manifest. And I'm having very poor luck here, which is just, it's a little bit annoying. I'm trying to find an image 500 by 500. Oh, I suppose it'll have to do. So it's the best that I'm finding here, in terms of a size of image that I can actually put something on the screen for you guys to take a look at. It's not too bad. So yeah, here you can get an image of what it is I'm talking about specifically as it's presented in the Vedic schools of cosmology and spiritual sciences. And let's do this, share the screen, and voila. So let's just make this a little bit bigger for the pleasure. So there we can see what it is we're talking about. You can see there's a serpent moving up there between the chakras. And so the serpent moving through the chakras I'd better improve this. Put this into a full screen layout. And so here you can see what we're talking about. You can see there's a movement of energy that goes spiraling up between the chakras, turning over one and turning over. You can see one of the serpents of Caduceus being represented here. So what we're looking at here is what is called Pingala. The other image is called Idda. So when we consider Idda and Pingala, we are looking essentially at two aspects of the same reality, because the fundamental structure and nature of this reality is effectively what it is that I'm talking about here. So when you consider for a moment, if you look at these, the polarity on the left side of the chakra and the polarity on the right side of the chakra are polarized toward each other, obviously positive and negative. So this is the ray of the sunshine. This is the etheric emanation that we're looking at here, if you want to get right down to it. And so it emanates through these different points, and you can see how they've made a little bit of an error here, because they're showing the Visuddhi chakra as moving over. It shouldn't. Visuddhi is where they join into what is called the Sushumna. I should have got a better image. Better image would have been more practical. But getting a better image is a nightmare, it seems. Oh, yes, we found a better image, a much better image. So open image. There we go. Much better image. So here you can see a better image. Let me present it. Sorry, I'm not the fastest, most technically astute people in the world. You'll have to bear with me. But there we go. So there you can see what I'm talking about. You can see the two currents, one on either side of the blue current, moving up along the spine. They're representing it here as yellow and red, which is actually not correct. It should be red and blue, the cool and the warm, than on either side, with the yellow being the Sushumna. It's a far more realistic way of representing it. But anyway, technicalities. These are artists who reserve their artistic creative license, which is got to be respected. So we can see the way that Caduceus is operating in the energetic system. And the one current is the current that is moving up the right side of the body, which is what we call the mental body. And on the left-hand side, we've got the emotional body moving. And obviously the emotional body is connected to the right side of the brain, and the mental body is connected to the left side of the brain. And the left side of the brain is obviously wired to the front side of the brain, and the right side of the brain is wired to the back of the brain. So they work in conduit. One of the exercises I'm going to go through with you later will probably be the middle pillar. It's probably one of the most simplest, safest exercises that one can do, because one is working primarily on the etheric field when one is working with the middle pillar. And there are simplifications of the middle pillar exercise that can be very effectively done just through the act of breathing and using visualization. And at a later stage, you can learn to chant certain sounds that will activate these frequencies more effectively, but it's not necessary. The colors can be employed at a later stage to help bring the qualities, but the qualities are not really important. It's about the rotation. Mantak Chia spoke about how all you need to do to realign your energy body is generate a sense of rotation. And the rotation we're talking about are these two spirals, these two serpents that are rising from the sacral plexus, the sexual plexus, up through the spinal chakras into the sphere of the head, right up into and through the tip of the head. So these are the emanations of these two fields. And so we've got these three bodies. Now, the three bodies that I'm talking about, just to be specific with you, is the red, the yellow, and the blue in this image. So when we're speaking of the blue in this image, we're speaking of the spiritual body. When we're speaking of the red in this image and the yellow respectively in this image, we're speaking of the mental and the emotional bodies. And the spiritual body is the emanation of the Akashic field, which is the informative field that structures, gives all the information, all the, in inverted commas, coding, if I can use that word, coding, if I can use that word, for the rest of the energy bodies to bring those vibrations through the 7 chakras in the nine different gates in the body, because each chakra has an in gate and an out gate between these 3 fields. So if we consider this very carefully, we've got the 3 fields, we've got the in gates and the out gates between 1 and 2, the in gates and the out gates between 2 and 3, which makes 5. And then we've got the physical field, which brings us into 6, and then we've got the supernal, pure expression of thought, as what we can call the first principle of Hermes. So these 3 aspects of consciousness are 3 different bodies, and you travel in these bodies in different ways. The etheric field looks like this reality. It looks just like this. Often when you hear people talking about astral travel, they don't know what they're talking about. They're talking about etheric travel, because people don't have the basis for understanding the difference between the etheric and the astral until they've necessarily had both experiences. The astral is a very abstract form. You're surfing in a liquid substance, and you're moving through this liquid substance that takes whatever form your consciousness is projecting into it. So whatever ideas and feelings you transmit through your consciousness becomes the nature of this very abstract reality. This is the astral field. The etheric field looks exactly like this plane of existence that we're in, because the etheric field is the structures of reality that are reverberating here are in the etheric field, but they are inert, if I can use that term. They only become earth, when the qualities of the astral are imbued within them. And so the astral and the etheric are in separation until they reach the sphere of the world, which is why the 7th principle of Hermes relates to the Muladhara chakra, the base root sexual chakra, which is where the serpent sleeps, which is where the 2 currents of Ida and Pingala arise from, as the journey of consciousness takes us towards the Sushumna revelations that bring us to the Sahasrara chakra, which is the 7th chakra. So we've got these 3 aspects of our energy body, and there's different exercises we can do to activate all 3 of these aspects of our energy body. Well, I'd love for Indy, I'd love for you to kick the ball out. There's also emotional work that works on the astral. So when you're looking into your shadow, you're working directly with the astral field within your consciousness. Those repressed emotions are repressed aspects of the astral currents. When you're working with your mental field, you're working with the etheric field. So the astral is often considered spiritual energy because it's the nature of emotion and love, and all these currents are flowing through the emotional field. And so I would say that the shadow work is working with the astral very much. And the energy work that is done very often, like Qigong, for example, they work with the Qi. In Qigong, they say Qi and Shen. Qi is the etheric and Shen is the astral. Now, the astral, just to give you some etymological background here, Esh means fire, Straal means a ray of light. So the ray of light that emanates from fire is how you can translate the word astral. Etheric means the beginning and the end. Aleph, Tav, the first and last of the 22 ciphers, which became the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet as reflections of the 22 archetypal structures of the emanations of the hieroglyphics. So Eth, Aleph, and Tef means the beginning and the ending, and Erik, so the air is the air element of structure that gives it the richness of substance, substantiality. So we've got the etheric current, we've got the astral current. And so when we talk about astral, it's the fire ray of light. When we talk about Shen in China, the word Shen and shine are very close to each other, and there is no accident for that, no accident at all. All our languages come from a single denominator way back in ancient times. So there's a singular connection running through. Even Chinese and Sanskrit and all these languages have certain linguistic connections. So when we're speaking of Shen, we're speaking of shine, we're speaking of astral, which is the strahl, the ray of light emanating from fire, which is shining light. Fire shines, and the chi is the substantial physical energy in the body, which is the etheric currents. So yeah, brother, would you like to kick off some of the wonderful exercises that people can do with that you work with?
Sure, absolutely. I do a few types of meditation. I feel that meditation is very helpful for people to move from what they call the monkey brain, intrusive thoughts, distractions, things that are undealt with that kind of ruminate in the mind. When we can meditate, we can look past those things and go a little deeper, and we can go into see more into the astral body and feel those emotions and the tides of them turning. And so one of the ways I like to articulate how to get into that state, which can be very challenging for some folks, is in a yogic practice. First, start with deep breathing exercises with a full yogic breath. And that's done by sitting up straight. You want to align your spine or your sushumna vertically so that it's like an antenna and can receive vibrations of the cosmos. When you're sitting straight, you'd want to make sure that you don't cross your arms or legs. It's good to usually want to put your hands up, typically, in the traditional practice. I like to sometimes put one hand down and one hand up. So then we have, and you see sometimes this image.
And it helps if you burn this while you're doing it. This is frankincense.
Burn some frankincense while you're doing it. Very powerful to help you, guide you through portals of higher planes. Frankincense is very sacred on many levels and can help give us access through sensations of smell and hearing. During meditation, it would be good to burn incense and maybe have a bell or chime that can play, maybe wind chimes. That stimulates the inner eye to awaken and open. And in your breathing exercises, you want to first fill your belly. Breathe in deep into your belly. Fill your belly. And as you fill your belly, then start to transfer that air as you close your stomach and open your chest. Fill your upper chest. And then breathe out fully. It's good to hold after you breathe out and after you breathe in, and then breathe back in. After doing several of these breaths, you will start to feel a shift in the ease where your mind is pulling you into a higher state. At that point, you can go back into natural breath and start to focus on your meditation. It's very helpful if thoughts arise during this point to allow them to pass. See the thought as it is. Don't try to resist it or push it away, because what resists will persist, as it said. Allow that thought to come, see it for what it is, name it, and let it pass. It helps to name the thought for some. I like to use the analogy of sitting by a river, and the thought is like a stick that floats by in the river. And if you try to stop that stick or try to play with that stick, It'll tangle up with all the other sticks and make a dam and block you from being able to have that clarity that you're looking for. So if you can name that thought and let it pass, focus on the breathing. Sometimes it helps to have a mantra of a sound, or you can tell yourself, I'm receiving, I'm listening, and just constantly repeat that to yourself. If intrusive thoughts come up, that can be helpful as well. And so after doing that, it should take about 15 minutes to be able to go into a higher state of consciousness. Usually it starts by seeing a dot of light that approaches. More dots will start to arise, and then you can go into another place where you'll be able to see spiritual visions. It's different for everyone. Personally, I usually see animals as a shaman. I interpret spirit animal messages a lot of times in my spirit visions. I hold a lot of wisdom to them, very subtle but deep, profound wisdom in the symbolic nature of the animals that present themselves and their aspects. So that's one of the aspects that I use. I also do a Taoist meditation, and we might go into that later in the show.
Yeah, that's fundamentally important. The breath and the prana. So the prana is an extension of the breath, and the breath is polarizing. If you want to break it down into its simplicity, it's like this: there is an expansive nature, and there is a compressive nature. Think about the breath. You breathe in, it creates pressure. You breathe out, it releases pressure. But also, when you breathe in, there's an expansiveness. When you breathe out, there's a contraction. And so there's these four principles working: expansive, contraction, pressure, and vacuuming, if I can use such a term, which is the opposite of pressure, depressurization. There's pressurization, depressurization, expansion, and contraction. So these four elemental principles are rather fundamental. And when we look at the breath, now something, Julian, you asked a question about ley lines. Okay, we can take a little sidestep journey, but we'll have to come back to what Indy was saying. But I think it'll be relevant. So ley lines and energy. So there's an eclipse coming. This is rather really connected to what's happening with the eclipse. By the way, heads up, all of you. There's some black magic rituals on the go, and it's making me mad. It's making me feel like there's some kind of a fad, like those darn evil buggers are smiling with glad because they are going to try and drive us into the sand. So basically, CERN is being turned on. You got to have a giggle about these things. You can't take them too seriously, but you got to be conscious and mindful because the programming will be running in conduit with the stories and the narratives that are being projected at us. So on the time of the eclipse, they're turning on CERN. Heads up. They've just upgraded all of their batteries, the magnets on all three of their systems on CERN. They finished upgrading the work yesterday. The plan was finish it for yesterday and turn it on. Yep, you got it, on the 8th, during the eclipse, of course. What better time is there to crank up that megawatt station? But it gets better, right? Is that enough? It's not enough. It's not enough. Why is it not enough? Because NASA was like, well, if CERN's going to have a big day, we're going to do it with you. So NASA is launching 2 missiles, rockets. And guess what they are called? Like, you just can't make this stuff up. They're called APEP, APEP, atmospheric perturbation, to perturb something, perturbation of eclipse. Anyway, it's called APEP, and it's an anagram, but there's more to it. So they are launching these missiles that are basically going to study the electromagnetic frequencies of shifts that are happening during this eclipse. They did it last year. They did it successfully. And they were like, yay, NASA team scored a point. So now they're doing it, but they've improved their sensory equipment on their payloads, on their rockets. And they were able to successfully retrieve the last one. So they're doing it again. So NASA is doing their ritual. Now, why am I calling this a ritual? APEP. Let's take a look at who APEP is, right? Ancient Kim, ancient Egypt. APEP is the god of chaos. Oh, wow. Apophis, the Greek version of APEP, the god of chaos. They've named these two rockets after the god of chaos from ancient Kim, ancient Egypt. What we call ancient Egypt is the ancient land of Kim. It's the place where chemistry came from, chemia, and alchemy from the Tahuti lineage of Trismegistus, right? So this is Hermes, thrice great Hermes. Now you're going to hear stories about, oh, this was all made up in the 17, 18, 1600s. Before then, there was nothing. It was only then that this started. I've heard these people vomiting nonsense, and I had a big discussion in my group about this, about how the spoken word was the currency of the occult tradition, and that this was never to be written down. This was one of Hermes' tenets. This is a tenet from the Kabbalah. Even in India, it was well known that you had to go and find a master, not read books. It's only in the last few hundred years that things have started to really get written down. Okay. Agrippa did a fairly good, extensive collection of various different occult practitioners' notes from their diaries and compiled this into a great 4 books of occult philosophy. It's the Llewellyn Press, if you want to get it. It's worth looking at. It's a big one. But and it's very small print. You might need a set of like glazes if you're our age to read them. But or if you've got young eyes, you're good to go. But yeah, so up until recently, it wasn't written down. It was an extension from word to mouth. Kabbalah literally means from mouth to ear. That's one of the meanings of the word. There are meanings within meanings. But this is the tradition. Hermes was very clear about not putting it to paper because he didn't want his enemies to find this knowledge. So this Hermetics is ancient, but it was only written down in recent times. And so a lot of people following this, what did he call it? Counterintelligence. So there is counterintelligence being used by the powers that be that are trying to keep us ignorant and stupid. They do not want us to interpret the true mysteries of the occult. So they want us going round in circles like cats chasing their tails. So the information that has been leaked out into the public domain, they're trying to twist it around and trying to make us doubt it, which is why chaos magic was invented. Chaos magic, according to my opinion, is a counterintelligence launch of you can get a quick fix into the occult, and the quick fix occult can give you everything that you need to have in order to achieve the same knowledge that you would achieve in full occult working. So sorry about that detour, but I think it's important for us to get a grip on this. So the Chemians were the alchemists from Hermes, and their personification of chaos was APEP, and that's what these missiles are called. There's no coincidence that they've named these missiles APEP. It's the same as I believe the Vatican changed the name from Lucifer to something else, but they had built an extraterrestrial seeking telescope that was named Lucifer, but they got a lot of bad press for it, so they changed the name. I think they changed the name like 5-10 years ago, because I don't know if you know this, but the Vatican runs most of the telescopes that are looking for extraterrestrial life. It's an interesting piece of information. We've got to understand how deep this goes, this tunnel.
Yeah, they bought our only X-ray satellite, Chandra, and they own it now. We don't have access to it now.
Is that the same one that was called Lucifer originally?
I'm not sure. It may be, but it was associated with being able to see Nibiru through its nebulous cloud, the dark star. And then as soon as that became a thing, it was sold to the Vatican, and we no longer had access to it.
You see, because Vatican intelligence controls it. And Vatican intelligence doesn't answer to anyone but the Pope. So the Pope makes back office deals with the deep state so that the deep state has the knowledge, but the official state says, we don't know. Because they don't want to be caught knowing stuff and lying to us. So they create a deep state that knows what they don't know. So it's so heavily compartmentalized. So that's why, the extraterrestrial phenomenon has been so well hidden from us for so long. And the government's been able to say, well, we don't know anything about it, because they don't. It's a deep state that's running it. Project Blue Book was not official. Kennedy found out about it and was prepared to take it to the people, because he believed there was a lot of technology that was useful for the people that was being mined from these projects. And he believed that people had the right to know what their taxes were being spent on. And he had said that he was going to approach the people and that he was going to change things. And then 2 weeks later, he died. So, go and do the math. What was going on there? So, but yeah. So back to the question that was asked by Julian, how it works. Crystals, ley lines, places. So electromagnetism. This is what these two APEP rockets are studying. The electromagnetism and the effects upon electromagnetism. Now, electromagnetism is, as you can hear, there's two qualities there. There's electric and there's magnetic. Now, we're talking about those two bodies that I was talking about. The magnetic body, which is the shadow body, which is the emotional body, which is when you're working with a shadow, you're healing that emotional, deep. It's a very deep spiritual part of ourselves that is very much hidden. Then there's the electrical body, and the electrical body is the mental body. So the mental body is electrically conducted through the CNS, central nervous system, by electrical impulses between the synapses via the nervous system, right? And routed through central parts of the brain, in different parts of the brain, in order to coordinate these electrical impulse. And so the impulse rate has a vibratory spectrum of frequency. And the frequency of the electrical impulse rate is relative to the frequency of our thoughts, by the way. Now, the magnetism is, you hear about people having personal magnetism. Personal magnetism is a reflection of your emotional capacity, not your intellectual capacity. It's an emotional quality related to your hormones. The hormones are what conduct the magnetic energy throughout the body. The hormones are amino acid chains, and they're very similar to DNA. Now, the DNA is the spiritual body in the physical body, right? The hormones is the magnetic body, the astral body in the physical body. And the electrical nervous system is the mental body in the physical body. But the mental body has an etheric component, which is etheric. And the etheric component materializes as a nervous system. The astral body has an astral component, but the astral body materializes as the hormonal systems within the physical body, the endocrine system. This is why the chakras are related to hormones, are related to the endocrine system when you study Vedic yoga or Tantra or Vedic energy healing. This is why when you study the Kabbalah, you notice, okay, let's look at Etzchim, the tree of life. So you've got a sphere in the top of your head called Keter. Then you've got a sphere and another sphere. The left side of the brain and the right side of the brain is another sphere each. So here we've got Chokmah and Bina. Then you've got a sphere in the throat area where you have a nervous, the vagus nerve. Vagus nerve's crossing here. Very important point. So you've got a sphere there, Duat. Then you've got a sphere related to your right and left armpits, where you have nervous junctions. You've got very sensitive nerve plexi It's a striking point in martial arts. Striking point 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 martial arts. Then you've got Tifaret. Tifaret is related to the solar plexus, which contains the bottom part of the heart, because the heart is generating electric charge, working with the electric charge of the solar plexus. This is why Tifaret isn't specifically the heart chakra, but it encompasses parts of where the heart chakra is and the solar plexus. But the solar plexus is a nervous junction. It's like a second brain. Then you've got another plexus, which is your right hip, where you've got very sensitive nerves. Anybody who's ever had sex will know about this. You've got the left hips, and you've got sensitive nerves running around in this junction point between the legs and the torso. And then you've got another sense of very sensitive nerves in your sexual generative regions. So you've got Tifaret. You've got, okay, let's start from the top. So you've got Ketha, right? You've got Chokmah. You've got Bina, right? Then you've got Duat. And Duat is that sphere that is a sphere, but it's not a sphere, related to this nervous plexi. Then you've got Chesed, right? Or Jedula, depends on which word you move. But it relates to the memory. It relates to forgiveness, love, in the left armpit. Then you've got severity, Jebora, or Pachat, depends which name you want to prefer. These are two titles of the sphere, which relates to the nervous infrastructure in the right armpit. And then you've got Tiparat, which relates to the nervous infrastructure around the solar plexus and how it connects to the heart and keeps the timing electrical impulses running through the heart. Then you've got Netzach. Netzach is related to the left hip. Inside the left hip, that nervous plexi that's there. I once dislocated my hip, my leg, when I was on a rugby field. And I tell you something, it's a sciatica. You ever had sciatica? It's got to do with these hips, those nervous plexi. You twist those nerves around and you're going to know what you'll feel it running throughout your whole body. So you've got Netzach, the left hip, and then you've got the right hip in the nervous infrastructure there, which is Hot. And so Hot and Netzach are balanced in the same way that Jebora and Jedola are balanced, or Pachat and Chesed, depends which names you want to use. And then you've got Yeshut. Yeshut is your sexual plexus. And then you've got your feet. Your feet have got nervous plexi in your feet that basically reach through all the organs and all parts of the brain. So here is the electrical body. The etheric body is arranged around the electrical infrastructure in the body. That's why the tree of life has that shape. That's why the exercise of the middle pillar is working with those electrical centers. Now let's look at yoga for a moment. Yoga is working with the hormonal system. So we are not working with the endocrine. We're not working with the electrical junctions in the body. We are now working with the endocrine system. So now we're working with the glands in the body. When you're talking about the Ajna chakra, you're talking about the pituitary and the pineal glands. And the pituitary and the pineal glands have an extension for the Sasra chakra, because you have an anterior and a posterior pituitary. Very interesting, the way it relates to the deepest aspects of the subconscious. Then you've got the combination between the pituitary and the pineal gland, which is the Ajna chakra, which is the control center for the Ida and the Pingala. And the Ida is running through the pituitary gland in the hypothalamus region of the brain. And the Pingala is running through the pineal gland attached to the thalamus region of the brain. And so these two glands operate these two sides of the currents of the bodies, these two organs, these two bodies, respectively. And then we've got the thyroid gland, which is Visuddhi chakra. Then we've got the thymus gland, which is the Anahata chakra. And then we've got from the base, we've got the adrenal glands based in the kidneys. We've got the pancreas for the Manipura chakra, the solar plexus. And then we've got the sexual regions and the sexual glands for the Svadhisthana chakra. So you see that the chakras are related to the hormonal systems very much, and they are extensions of those particular glandular systems that conduct the magnetism via the hormonal system into the physical body. Now, I'm giving you this basic understanding of the physical infrastructure of the body because it's going to help us to understand what's going on in space, electromagnetism, Ida and Pingala. To understand how the body is structured is to understand how the universe is structured, because the universe and the body are reflections of each other. So these two aspects of the consciousness field, which is the impressive and the expressive, the mental ability to cognitively perceive and create understanding of things, and the emotional quality which holds the wisdom, the divine feminine, as the divine masculine is the extension of the etheric, the divine feminine is the extension of the astral. And so that's why shadow work is always working with the divine feminine, essentially, right? Would that be an accurate?
Yeah, absolutely. There's actually there's two different forms of shadow work. There's masculine and feminine shadow work. They both work with the feminine emotional body and astral body. The male or masculine type more focuses on the thought process of rationally releasing things that no longer serve us, whereas the feminine aspect of shadow work is more about feeling those emotions and experiencing them, to feel them and release them. So they both do the same thing, but in a different process.
But you would say that the emotional work is the meat and potatoes.
Absolutely. Yes.
This is a vegetarian. I can almost taste them. Must be careful what I say. But yeah, so like obviously what you do to the astral is going to be reflected in the etheric. And that's why it doesn't matter whether you're working with the chakras, with the glands and the endocrine system, the magnetic energy field, or whether you're working with the electrical energy field, because what you do to the electrical energy field will translate into the hormonal system. So the endocannabinoid system, okay, now we got to get into the endocannabinoid system. The endocannabinoid system is the buffer between the hormonal system and the nervous system. So the nervous system and the hormonal system are buffered by the endocannabinoid system. And the endocannabinoid system regulates the emotions related to the thinking process. So that's why when you smoke cannabis, you trigger that endocannabinoid system and you can either get euphoria or paranoia, right? Depending on where you're at, because you're changing the nature of the integration between the emotional and the mental bodies. The etheric and the astral bodies you're changing the way they rotate with regards to energetic vibration. So, okay, so there's a baseline idea of the astral and the etheric, the different exercises. In the Kabbalah, you work with the electrical system, and the electrical system reprograms the emotional system. In India, you work with the emotional system, and that reprograms the mental system. For Westerners, it's often considered not necessarily ideal to work with the emotional centers, because we tend to come from a more emotionally repressed society, and working with the mental centers tends to be easier for us so that we can more gradually work into the divine feminine. But in India, it's the opposite. When they work with the mental first, it's not necessarily going to be the best for them. So their system learned to work with the emotional centers, because the emotional disposition of the people in India, they are much more passionate, much more emotional, much more expressive of their feelings. You will see two men walking down the road holding hands in India, and it's normal. Do you see two men walking down the road holding hands in London? Well, you do, but they're called gay. Do you know what I mean? So it's all good and well for gay men to hold hands. But my point is, in India, you don't have to be gay to hold another man's hand. You walk down the road holding hands because you're just buddies. So there's a lot more enthusiasm to the emotional expression and the emotional integration. Welcome, dear brother Jeremy. How are you doing?
Hey, man. Doing good. Happy to be back.
Welcome. This is brother Jeremy. Jeremy is a storyteller. He's actually a movie maker. That's why he tells his beautiful stories. So he's somebody that maybe one day he'll make a cool documentary you'll all enjoy. He probably will. He'll probably get a lot of Hey?
I'm going to make it on you.
Make one about the round table. But so yeah, he's a philosophically inspired, shamanically inspired storyteller. And stories are the bread and butter of shamanism, essentially. It's the bread and butter of mythology. So I would consider him as somebody that is modern mythologically creating modern myth. How's that? The modern myth creator.
Yes, the myths.
Well, welcome. Do
Okay.
please say a few words. Hope
Yeah,
you're good.
absolutely. Like I said, I'm happy to be back here. It's always a great conversation. So I don't know if this is like related to the eclipse season we happen to be in, but I often drive around town here in the surrounding countryside and area to take my daughter for a nap, give my wife some, a much needed break. And you can really, I've noticed that you can really get a feel for the, I would say, sort of like the collective spiritual center of an area, simply by observing how people drive. Because people drive a lot like who they are. And it seems like lately I've just noticed an uptick in dickheads and irresponsible driving. And so yesterday, I'm heading out of town, and I get this guy in a Subaru just right on my ass, right? And it's just a 2-lane road. It goes for a while. There's like 3 other people in front of me, pretty much going the same speed, but I don't like to, tailgate people, so I stay far back, so I can see what's going on. And I guess this guy wasn't having any of that and was just very upset. And I can see in the rear view mirror that he's driving like this. He's like, oh. And we eventually we get to a intersection. And he pulls up behind me, and I happen just to look down at my side mirror and look at him, and he looks at me, and he's like, "Fuck you," and he goes back. And my first instinct, my first thought was, oh, he's sad. Like he's not having a good day. And then immediately there was like this other part of me that's like, oh, well, what if I get out and start a confrontation or whatever? And I got my baby in the car, right? I'm not going to do that. But there's this other voice that's just like, but what I was really feeling was like he's not having a good day. And what if I could somehow, if given the opportunity, make him feel better. Because I mean, I know how it feels to get stuck behind someone who's going slow and stuff like that. But to just take that extra step and be like, oh, fuck you, it takes a little something more. But the point of me saying this is that there's a lot of, I'm not necessarily trying to toot my own horn here, but there's a lot of hype around eclipses, and especially on the the internet. It seems like there's a focus on like negative hype, and that can influence the social and the culture, and it can become its own thing, where maybe something that's rather benign or could be treated that way becomes this like heavy weight that everybody's got on their shoulders, and it's something that can be sucked up by people who are maybe not even don't even give a shit about the eclipse. But so putting a focus on taking the higher road and being aware of trying to be compassionate is I think it's a good way through. Something like this. After coming, so I did my drive. My daughter's asleep. I'm coming back into town. I was still kind of thinking about it, and I turned some corner somewhere, but I had this like vision of my daughter like in the backyard, and she's pointing now. She's like doing this, and she goes da da, and as soon as I saw that, I just had this like this wave of joy, just whoosh, and I laughed, and I was still thinking about the guy, but like I could still see it, but all the negativity surrounding that image just went poof, you know. And I didn't care about it. I didn't care about it anymore. So, anyways,
Yeah, that's powerful. How children's innate joyfulness can reprogram our consciousness back to our own inner child, just
Mm.
like that.
Definitely.
Harmonic resonance works like that. Are you still with us, Julian Hess? Sorry if I've been so slow to get to the point. I hope you haven't run off. If you have, come back and watch the rerun. So the electromagnetic qualities are fundamental to the energetic body in the physical form, the etheric and the astral. Now, they are studying the electric and the magnetic qualities in the ionosphere, because everything, the universe is a range of electricity and magnetism. From the field of magnetism to the field of electricity, there's a whole lot going on between these two polarities, and that is reality. We're living in an electromagnetic reflection of existence. So light is the EM spectrum, the electromagnetic spectrum, and everything is the effect of light, the electrical effect of light, bringing forth magnetic fields. And that's what matter is. This is why dark matter has been discovered having magnetic qualities that is a unexpressed electric quality, but still present. So when we're looking at ley lines, now the Earth is getting the electrical qualities radiating out from the sun, and there's a magnetic component to all electrical radiation. Because think of it like electricity. Electricity has to move along rails, and the rails that electricity has to move along can be considered to be the road, the track through which the electric potential can be channeled. It has to be channeled through magnetic highways, because electricity cannot travel without magnetism, because there's got to be this effect for electricity to come into being, which is magnetism. So the divine masculine springs forth from the divine feminine. We've had this discussion in the divine masculine, the divine feminine discussions. Right. These were the first discussions that we had in the round table. So the electromagnetic field of the earth is resonating frequencies with the sun. And so the earth is reflecting these resonating frequencies of electrical and magnetic currents that is based on the sun's radiation and energy. Not just the sun, the stars, the moon. The moon brings a powerful magnetic current. The sun brings a powerful electrical current. The magnetic current of the moon is so powerful that it basically controls the sea, right? The tides. Gives you something to think about. So these two extremes. Now I want you to consider a toric field. So a toric field is a spiral that is coming out and a spiral that is moving inwards simultaneously. And so this double spiral of expressing and impression is what a toric field is. And the nature of reality is a toric field. Sorry if you can hear that woman in the background carrying on with my son. I'll have a word with her about it later. She's very, very bad at generating discipline. She tends to have these weird, bizarre little arguments with my boy. She doesn't just, I don't know why, she can't just lay it down and say, that's it, done. Taking action. Banning your game, banning your movies, banning screen time. Watch out, boy. He'll take your guns from you. But anyway, so basically what you've got here is this electromagnetic expression, and the earth is creating this ionic field, which is the electromagnetic field that is resonating electrically and magnetically. Now, the Ida and the Pingala, the Ida is the magnetic current, and the Pingala is the electrical currents. In the same way that we've got these electrical and magnetic currents moving through our bodies, so the meridian system is conducting all the electrical currents through our bodies through the central nervous system. And the meridian system, the hormonal system, is conducting through all the glands, the hormones throughout the system. And the hormones are basically what control the nervous system. So changes in hormonal levels in the body changes the way the nervous system operates, because the endocannabinoid system readjusts in between. And the hormonal system is amino acid based chains, which are getting information directly from the DNA, which are also amino acid based chains. So they resonate in frequency at a very, very high vibrational field. And the electrical infrastructure is based upon the electrical resonant field. And so it's based on the substantiality of the light photon. So it's photonic action versus you look at light, the double slit experiment has shown us that light has got two qualities. It has a magnetic component and it has a photonic component. But the photon component can move through the electrical medium. So this is the quantum entangling principle that we've discovered in CERN in the last 15 years. Probably actually in the last 40 years, because I first explained about CERN in 1990, and I was told by my teachers it didn't exist. I was like, this is a bloody place in Switzerland. They're doing this stuff. Don't you know about it? No. What's wrong with you? Why don't you know? Thought everybody knew. So, but they only went public in this 2000s about CERN, but it was around for a long time before that, more than 15 years before that. But anyway, we digress. So these electromagnetic expressions of the toric field, and the Earth is like a toric field. Imagine the Earth as a toric field with the magnetic quality moving through the Earth and electricity coming out of the surface and the magnetic currents moving in. And so you've got this revolution of these two qualities expressing an extra dimensional warp of space-time through which the electrical and the magnetic can become one and then be expressed as polar realities through the toric field. Now we can measure the electrical qualities and the magnetic qualities on the Earth when we dowse. When we're dowsing, we are tuning into the magnetic and the electrical qualities. Now water, this is very important. Water is diamagnetic. So when we are tuning in to the electrical magnetic qualities, we are able to detect water. This is why we dowse for water, because, yeah.
So I want to pause for a second and possibly go on a small tangent here, but could you explain dowsing? Because like I've looked into a little bit, but like what's going on there, and what is the human being giving to the process of dowsing?
Like I was mentioning before, we have within our bodies the electrical and the magnetic systems. We have our hormonal systems and we have our electrical systems. So when we walk over the Earth, tuning in, using a piece of wood or a piece of metal, we are specifically directing our attention and our awareness to tune into what quality, electrical or magnetic, is active on the Earth. And based upon that electrical and magnetic potential outside of our bodies, the inner part of us, which is in resonance, harmonic resonance with that, reacts. So when we are over an area of high Ida quality of magnetism, we have a certain reaction. When we have a place of high electrical potential, we have an electrical reaction. Now there's these grids of electromagnetic currents running over the Earth, and they are spaced out. They can be up to this. So you've got big, it's like roads. You've got highways, and then you've got smaller roads. So you can think of the roads as being electrical potential, and you can think of the space between the electrical potential as being magnetic troughs. So you could draw it two-dimensionally like this and say there's an electrical potential high and there's a magnetic potential. There's an electrical potential, there's a magnetic potential. But that two-dimensional graph is actually a reflection of a toric field doing this, but it's drawn flat as a wave, but it's actually a torus expanding, contracting, expanding, contracting. So the expansive principle is the Pingala, the electronic photonic light emission of the sun that we're aware of. Then we have the contracting magnetic current. For magnetism contracts. That's why magnets pull things towards each other. Essentially, they contract. And light emerges. It expresses. It radiates outwards. So this is why we've got these, and this is really fundamental to understanding when we're looking at ley lines. So you could look on your own property and find the mini ley lines, and those mini ley lines will be connected to bigger ley lines, and they will be connected to bigger ley lines and bigger ley lines. So if you're in your garden and you want to grow flowers, they might grow well over there, but not well over there. That's because generally the movement and the transition between the electrical and the magnetic potentials could be 1 to 2 or 3 or 4 meters apart, right? It could be half a meter apart. So the electrical potential carries the positive quality of life. This is why if you study yoga, they will say that Pingala is the life-giving principle and Ida is the life-taking principle. But it's not quite that simple, because you need to have a balance and harmony between these two. But let me give you an example for how to study your property to discover how the ley line activity is working. You look at the ants. When I lived in the jungles, I studied the ants. I spent a lot of time researching ants, maybe like about 6 months to a year. There are a lot of different kinds of ants, and some of them are pretty damn scary. You don't mess with ants. Do you know that they've actually got a consciousness? They're an intelligent being, but not each individual. But as a group, when you interact with an ant hive, you're interacting with an intelligent being. I want you to just digest that for a minute. I used to go and test the intelligence of different ant colonies, and some of them, they can be a little bit scary. They're like, "Oh, are you food?" Hey, I'm not food. What are you talking about? You're crazy, man. So some of the ants can kill you. Some of the ants where I lived in jungles could kill you. Believe it. So, but anyway, these ants and termites will look for Ida quality zones. So if you watch ants, the way they make their lines, they move on certain lines, and they like to live along certain points in lines. So you can tell in your home where there's a magnetic trough based on where the ants are on your property. It's a powerful piece of wisdom, that the shamanic wisdom of nature. Observe the animals. Where things tend to not want to grow is where there tends to be the magnetic trough. Where there's things tending to want to grow, there's an increased photonic activity. So the plants are able to better process the light. Plants are processing photons into sugars. Yeah?
There's a flowering bush in my backyard, and it's the first flowering bush. And I was standing next to it yesterday, and all sorts of honeybees with their little leg pouches filled up with pollen, and other insects and butterflies. And I was standing right next to it, giving my attention. You can feel this this life just around it. It was really amazing. I think it was particularly strong there because it was, like I said, the first flowering bush. There's anything else flowering around it.
Yeah, totally. So for you to spend time near that bush would be improving your physical health.
Yeah. And I felt magnetically pulled towards it. Really.
Your magnetism would be pulled towards it because it resolves the magnetic current, the balance. And so the emotions will be resolved next to that bush, because the increase of the Pingala means that your central nervous system will work better. And like Indy was saying, the masculine side of shadow work is being able to make sense out of the emotions. So standing next to that bush, you're more likely to make sense out of your feelings. And the pranic qualities in your body would be conducive to powerful energy growth. And if you ever want to grow vegetables, that's where you want to grow them, around that bush.
and I've got another little tangent here. When I lived in New York City for approximately 7 months, and it's a concrete jungle. There's the main park, but when you're not really around it, it's just not a lot of trees and stuff like that. And I remember walking. I can't. I think it was like south of Houston or something like that. But my wife and I were walking, and we passed this, like, it was this teeny tiny little community garden. There was a bunch of stuff growing out of it. We literally like walked through a membrane. It was like it was dead air, and we walked through it, and it was like whoop, and there was this like sweetness, and like the air was like thicker. Uh, it was incredible. And we both. I looked at her. I was like, "You feel that?" She's like, "Yeah."
Yeah, so those are ley line high points of energy. And so those are life positive principles. Though you'll find that mushrooms grow where there's negative troughs. Mycelium will do better. Mold will grow better in certain places. Mold, you see, okay, so now we're talking about the ions. We're talking about the positive and negative ions. So the negative ions are attracted to the electrical expressive zones, and the magnetically impressive zones will attract the positive ions, like positive hydrogen ions, which is what turns into acids. And the negative charged ions are what turns into alkali. So when I speak of positive and negative, I'm speaking invertedly of these, because the negative ions are alkaline, produce more of the alkaline. And so bacteria that is, think of aerobic and anaerobic bacteria for a moment. Aerobic bacteria thrives in areas where there's a better concentration of the negative ions. But anaerobic bacteria thrives in areas where there's a greater concentration of the positively charged hydrogen ions. So they want an acidic environment, which is why when you eat foods that generate acidity in your body, you're increasing the potential for bacteria to enter into your body, and everything that goes with bacteria, viruses, and all of these reactions to this positively charged ionic atmosphere produces disease and illness in the body. And when you start to flush out those positive ions out of your system, you become healthier. The antioxidants is doing this. So this is what's happening on the earth. So the earth has got living and dying places. Dogs, cats, if they want to die, they will go to a place where there's a better place to die. And a better place to die is a place where there's positive ions, because intuitively the bacteria will break your body down faster, and it'll become part of the nature's intelligence operates through us. So nature's intelligence wants things to die where the bacteria can break them down faster, and where the ants and the other bugs and creatures that are tuned into that particular frequency or vibration, which you could think of as entropic. So there is entropic life and there's anentropic life. I think of humans as being anentropic life forms, mammals, anentropic life forms. We don't thrive where there's the positive hydrogen ions. But anentropic, bless you, anentropic life forms thrive. Bacteria, this is why ants have to live in an anentropic environment where there is this positive hydrogen influx, because they are actually taking in pieces of material, biometal material, and they take it into their hives and they actually grow mold out of it and they eat the mold. So ants are farmers. Very good farmers. They're very good at what they do. They farm underground in the dark. How's that? So we farm above ground in the light. We need to eat things that come from the light electrically, which is the electrical induction of light energy and turning it into a crystal, sugar. And so those sugar crystals are fundamental for our metabolism. But ants have a different metabolism. They receive theirs from the dark. which is a very interesting concept. And so there's something to be considered here with, the entropic and anetropic principles as the positive hydrogen and negative. So these positive and negative currents of Ida and Pingala are running along the earth. They're also running through our bodies. And the same as the earth requires anetropic environments in order to feed the soil. If everything was mammal friendly, then there wouldn't be enough things breaking down in the soil to release nutrients for the plants. So in order for the plants to survive, they have to have these areas where the soil is being enriched, so that this area is enriching the soil, but that area will express the enrichment that this area puts into the soil over here. And then that area will enrich the soil and express it over there. So the world is like in lines. And so if you're sleeping in your home and you're sleeping on the wrong lines, it won't be good for your health. This is what Feng Shui is got a lot to do with. Understanding these currents moving through your home and working with these currents and trying to adjust the flow of these energies, because you can actually adjust the flow of these energies with rocks, crystals. Now, what is the story about crystals? Julian mentioned crystals. Crystals are electrical piezoelectricity. So quartz is piezoelectric. That means if photons touch it, it generates an electric charge. If you touch a crystal, it generates an electric charge. If you move two crystals across each other and scrape them against each other, it generates light. This is how we build dynamos. Dynamos are crystals rubbing against each other to make light, energy, electricity. So crystals are electrical transposers, if you will. They move the electrical current through them, and they move the magnetic current and turn them into electricity. So this is why you're able to use them in radios to pick up the electromagnetic wave and tune into the magnetic quality of the wave and express it as electricity. And electricity has that pulse rate. And so the quartz has a pulse rate of 60 hertz, which makes it perfect for tuning radios, perfect for tuning the frequencies of sound, so that we're able to interpret these wavelengths of magnetic potential.
Yeah, there's a whole. I looked it up. That was a while ago. I don't know what rabbit hole I was going down, but there's a whole science around growing crystals and to have the least amount of what is called deformities, and then cutting. There's a specific science to cutting those crystals in different ways for them to do different things.
So this brings us back into what Indy was, when Indy was giving the beginnings of an exercise, he was teaching people about this special breathing. This is attuning your body to become balanced between these positive and negative currents, because we need the balance and harmony for health, mental, emotional, physical. I don't know what she thinks she's doing. She's coming here and knocking on the door, demanding. I'm going to step away for a minute and see what this disturbance is.
Hey, Andy.
Yeah.
How's it going, man?
What's happening, man?
How is this eclipse season treating you? Have you noticed anything going on, positive or negative?
Yeah. There's a lot of hysteria around, and people are talking about things they're expecting to happen and stuff. But I feel like there's also, like you said, there's a lot of road rage and unspoken stress and frustration around in the air. I've been trying to transmute it into love and into peace, but I feel it strong. I feel like I'm what am I so worried about? Everything's cool.
My wife was looking into it a little bit as well, and she made this point yesterday that the energy will highlight these parts of yourself that are basically out of balance. So these negative attachments or attractions can be amplified, and I certainly vibe with that. And where the work is in that awareness is that like you might feel these things, right? Or you might feel like giving into a certain passion or vice, and when you recognize that, your awareness can give you that little square inch of pause to make a decision on which which path you want to go or what action you want to take.
Yeah. I'm somebody that has like been diagnosed with OCD. So typically when there's times where like I can make an integral like move in my life to like set up better balance and harmony on things that have been lacking, I'll try to distract myself with trivial things. Like, oh, it's time for spring cleaning. I gotta focus on materialism right now. I can't work on the emotional body.
Material productivity
Yeah.
would be a really good thing.
It is. It can actually help catalyze transformation. So you see you made a change in your environment, like, oh, it looks better. It's like, oh, maybe I make a change in the internal environment now. You know, it can be supportive at the same time, even though it can be a distraction as well.
Yeah. Honestly, we had an eclipse, last summer, I think it was. And I wanted to do something positive. So I was like, all right, well, the sun, the light, the life is being occulted for whatever reason. I'm going to light my own fire. So I packed there's like a fireplace, fire pit thing in the back there, packed a full wood, made some torches. And when I could see in the shadows, like the half circle coming in, I lit that fire, and it was like
Wow.
this fire coming up. It was awesome.
I got to do that. That sounds great.
Yeah.
Did you have a viewing lens? Were you able to see?
Yeah, well, I can see it through the trees. So the sun shines through the spaces in the leaves, and you can see it all over the ground.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, so when this one, started hearing about this one, I got kind of excited because I'm like, well, I can do some action. I can be more full of life somehow. Light a fire, add more light to the world.
That's great. Yeah, I know eclipses were always considered an ominous time, and I think the post-diluvian societies were kind of consumed with the fear of the mystery of the eclipse. They didn't really understand it. They felt like there was something going on, like the light was being taken away. There was dark forces at work. But it's interesting, in the antediluvian societies, there were highly developed astronomical and astrological understanding. They created like things like the Antikythera device. But then a lot of that was lost from the Great Flood or the multiple Great Floods. And we didn't have solar calendars until around, I want to say 300 BC. All around the world, people started to all have solar calendars around the same time again. Before that, we were mostly a lunar calendrical society. So it makes sense that there's all this association of fear with these eclipses, a traditional thing that's been happening throughout history. So I get that, but I feel like we kind of just hone into that old association and connotation of eclipses being evil and ominous. But I feel like around the time of the 2012 Mayan prophecy, we started to reinterpret those symbols like they could be a sign of like new beginnings. And so I think a lot of folks are trying to get on that tip where they're trying to reframe this like fear mongering society of like ominous things and like the fates being imposed upon us to a thing where it's like more about this is a chance for new beginnings and self transformation from within to go harmonize with this transformation. So I feel like there's different takes on it and people can see it in different lights. I usually try to find a positive light to things.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely, you can very easily make the association with the sun dying.
Yeah.
And you can think about dying before you actually die. And so if you can survive the eclipse, and come out the other side better, then to me it seems like the eclipse can be very powerful for positive transformation.
Absolutely. Can always be blessings in disguise, even in the most challenging times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And just having that attitude can help us create those blessings out of the chaos. The Chinese had a saying that fortune comes from disaster, and disaster can come from fortune. So the paradox is very real.
Mm-hmm.
When things go in flux, and then we know that there's things are going to come back around. So you can use these vibrations to our advantage.
Yeah.
What do you think, Franklin? Have you felt anything in the air with the eclipse season coming on? You feel like people are a little bit more stressed out, or what? What do you think?
Well, I definitely noticed between the lunar and the solar eclipse, building up to the lunar eclipse, a lot of people got sick. A lot of people got tummy bugs. A lot of people's immune systems were disturbed. A lot of people were suffering physically. And those that didn't get their immune systems disturbed had frequencies to deal with. I get very sensitive to electromagnetic energy. So it makes my head feel like it's buzzing. Like little electrical buzzing in my head. I'm like, oh, there's an electric generator in my brain. And sometimes it makes like my brain just feel like it's pulsing a little bit excessively. I'm like, come on now, turn down the light. So it's definitely a powerful resonant field. I can feel this current deepening in my gut now, has been for the last couple of days. I can feel it really starting to catch some pulse now. We are running into 48 hours into the zone. So now is when we start to really feel it. The power of the eclipse is already present. I have noticed that, okay, so let's look at what the sun is. The sun is the prana generator. So through the sun, all the electricity comes. And the electricity is what generates the sugar. So these electrical frequencies are taken by plants and alchemically changed into crystals of sugar. This light, photons, something to think about. And then these photons become like sugars that our body, our cells can like digest. And then that light that was not a crystal gets released back into our system as electricity. So we can take the electricity from the sun in the form of crystals, sugars, and break down. So we need the electricity in our body to break down the electricity to bring the electricity back into our bodies. And so this sun pranic effect affects our guts very much. And so this is obviously where we'll start to notice it in our guts first, which is why we can get headaches during these times. A lot of people get headaches because the enzymes in the gut are changing. And when the enzymes in the gut change, the brain changes its frequencies because of the change of ionic atmosphere in the body has a huge effect on the brain. The way in which the blood, which is ionically charged, flows through the brain. So yeah, exactly, Michelle. You say you've been feeling sick. That sick feeling is you feeling the changes in the air, the energy, and children feel it very much more than adults normally, which is why children get sunstroke more easily than adults, and that sunstroke makes you feel sick. So the sun is emanating all this electrical flow of energy towards us. That is life-giving principle. And when the moon goes in front of the sun, there's a polarization that happens, because the moon repolarizes to the sun, and the sun and the moon get locked in a polar exchange of energy, which causes the moon to become negative towards us. And by that, I've just got to go let that little dog in, because he's just going to carry on scratching at the door. But yeah, the moon changes its polarity. And so I feel that the moon starts to draw prana from us. Something to think about.
I could definitely concur with the feeling a bit sick in the stomach. Both my wife and I yesterday, more towards the evening, felt a little weird. I still felt a little weird this morning, and I think I still do. So I've just been eating a lot of fruit and drinking a lot of water.
Yeah, the water will help.
Too.
Please do continue.
And fruit's a good way to hydrate sometimes as well. I try to stay away from like plastic water bottles and tap water, but you know, any sort of water is vital. You know, we need to stay hydrated as best we can. So, but I like to. I think citrus.
I got a Fiji bottle, so it's just as good as copper.
Artesian, yeah. I'm lucky. I live in the mountains here, so we have so much spring water everywhere, and then there's you know, well water and stuff too. It's great, but if you drink too much well water without a good filter, you can get manganese poisoning. But manganese poisoning kind of sounds like fun. It's got like the same side effects of LSD.
You're out in the Appalachians, right?
Yeah, right between the Smokies and the Appalachians.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, I was in Syracuse, New York, there near the Adirondacks, and I went up to a hunting camp with a buddy of mine, and there's like this like community of people in like cabins and stuff, and there was like a community spring that had been tapped with a pipe, and we would just fill our canteens and containers directly from the earth and just drink it, and it is just the best water I have ever had. Amazing.
There's a huge difference. Yeah. People always ask me, do you want a bottle of water? And I'm like, oh God, no. I taste that and I'm like, But when I drink this water, it's like not only the taste is amazing, but it's got this energy to it. So like a really electrical energy to it. That's just amazing.
Yeah.
And I love that. I wish I had it in my pipes. I have like town water here. So I try to go fill 5-gallon jugs. Bring it back. We're cooking and everything.
Yeah. And my pregnant wife drank it as well.
Sweet.
Probably did a lot of good.
Oh, yeah.
So Michelle's asking a really interesting question, and this is probably on a lot of people's minds. Yeah, a lot of crazy stuff will be happening because the changes in frequencies between these electrical and magnetic potentials affects our hormones and our brains. And we all react differently to it. Some people go a bit like soda pop, and other people become like more spiritualized, right? Some people tune in. It's like this. I can only explain it like this. I've always been very, if there's like something hectic happening around me, I slow down. I become calm. So I'm like a good person to have around if there's like shit going down. Like whatever it is, it's crazy. If everybody's freaking out and losing their shit and everything's just going wild and like the world's crazy and there's like trauma or like a catastrophe happening, that's when I become slower, cooler, and more calm. It's one of those weird things that probably because I spent like so much of my life traveling and being in different situations and realizing that I have to calm down like to stay alive, right? Like different environments. Like, I don't know anybody. I don't know what's going on. Like, got to keep my head together. Mm-hmm. So, anyway, some people do that. Other people, when there's craziness around, they go more crazy, right? So, some people will become hysterical, and some people will become more calm. Some people will become more focused. Some people will become more off their nuts. That means that there will be craziness happening, and the powers that be will be utilizing that to their full like they'll be milking that. This is why they've created these two rockets I was talking about before, called APEP. You know, the Kemet god of chaos. They named their rockets after this. No coincidence. That's the NASA rockets, and the fact that CERN's cranking up all of their wattage to get it going. They want to generate fear. They want us afraid. They want us worried, right? Because we can be controlled better if we're afraid and worried. The adverts and the advertisements are, they do better. The money that these huge corporations spend on advertising is far more effective if we're afraid and destabilized. When we're grounded, centered, and stabilized, we don't need anything from anybody. When we aren't, we feel this need. So there's a void that needs to be filled. So I do think that there will be a lot of craziness, but at the same time, I don't think being afraid is necessarily a positive thing, because there's not really anything to fear. Personally, I won't be going out under the moon or the sun during the eclipse specifically, just because I don't want my prana to be drained. That's all. There's no weirdness. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just the electrical principles of the moon. When the moon gets so highly empowered, the opportunity for the overpowering of the electrical principle in the body can become sympathetically resonating. This is why in ancient times all the shaman would go into their shaman hut. They wouldn't come out till after the eclipse. It's a tradition, right? All around the world. So like if you meet other shaman, they won't be out under the eclipse. They'll rather stay in just for that short period, just because they understand that their physical energies they're already going to be so affected by the Earth's energy being affected. You don't need to be affected more than what you're going to be affected already. When you can max it out to the max, it just means your pendulum is going to swing further that way, and then your pendulum is going to swing further that way. So you're going to have more disturbance between the polarities of the swing, where a slightly smaller swing is easier to facilitate and ground. But otherwise, I don't think there's anything to be afraid of. There will be a lot of paranoia being generated by what has been called counterintelligence, right? So this counterintelligence thing is a real thing. It is happening. And unfortunately, it is what it is. There's not much we can do about it.
There's a whole branch of the U.S. Army that's counterintelligence. PSYOP. Literally, they call themselves, we're the PSYOP people. I wanted to ask you real quick, Franklin. So what do you think would happen if you did go out and if you were like, okay, moon, just do with me what you will, and to see what happens on the other side? What do you think would happen? Would you die? Would you just be drained? Like, is there some gold there that you could dig out?
There probably is. There'd be a little bit of a loss of vitality. A little loss of vitality. Not great. Though also there's the best time to open your psychic faculties more, and there's the best time to be in control of your psychic faculties, if that makes sense. So the psychic faculties are going to be so open as it is. There's no need to want to jam them excessively. That's how I see it. Because what it is an increase of psychicism, for sure. Definitely what's the moon's energy is in dominance. And so it's probably there'd be more opportunity for catharsis, I would say. And catharsis are fundamentally good, but they're also not necessary. You can jam it all into one 10-second burst, or you can spread it out over a 10-minute burst. You You can have that extreme catharsis, or you can just take it over a longer period and take it in your stride. There's two ways of doing it. You can run up the mountain and get all sweaty and feel, or you can just walk up at a nice pace and enjoy the walk. Both ways you're going to get up to the top of the mountain. If you run up the mountain in a hurry, you're going to damage your knees more along the way. So you won't be able to do that for as long, right? If you do that all the time, you'll be old man. You'll have like a kinky knees and you won't be able to go up the mountain. But if you take a measured stride, you'll be able to do it till you're very old. So there's pros and cons with each way of doing things. That's how I look at it. But it's not a big deal, I don't think. I think people have turned that little bit of knowledge into a big superstitious, like, I'm going to be drained. I'm going to lose all of my vitality. I'm going to die. It's nothing like that at all. Though it does create the next cycle, because this isn't just the eclipse. The eclipse is the beginning of a new cycle, right? So what you're doing in the beginning of that new cycle is going to sort of carry you on a momentum towards that, whatever that is. So if you're starting on a positive cycle and you're keeping a positive, like striving towards balance, that balance is going to carry through and it's going to become more of an aspect of your lifestyle to be more balanced. And I believe that being balanced is healthy, because when you observe nature is in a state of balance, and balance promotes harmony and harmony promotes life.
I'm going to add there or repeat or emphasize, to get the positive train rolling, positive action will get it going. Literally, like action with your body, like going to the gym or taking a swim in the pool, or like Indy was saying, doing some cleaning, physical positive action. Will really do a good job at kickstarting that cycle.
Yeah, I think you're right there. That's really what we got to focus on, and how our lifestyle affects our energetic bodies is really fundamentally important. Because if we're striving towards a state of balance, okay, so what is mental illness? What is possession? Ooh la la! Let's have a bit of fun. It is an eclipse, so it's a good time to talk about these fun topics. Possession and psychic interference by negative entities. So what is this? When your etheric energy and your astral energy are in a state of harmony, your electromagnetic field is fixed and strong. When the pulse between your electromagnetic are like in contest and it gets stronger and weaker, each place where there's a weakness produces weak points in your electromagnetic field where something can interfere with you. So the strength of your electromagnetic field is based upon the harmony of balance of these principles, which is why the Taoists are always talking about balance, which is why the Kabbalists are always speaking about the middle path, which is why Buddha is always talking about the middle path, which is why the Vedic yogis and Tantraman are always speaking about achieving Shashumna, bringing the Ida and the Pingala into harmony in the Shashumna, so that you can get this activation of the third eye, the heart chakra, the sacral plexus, the sasra, and this current of energy running through the middle of your energy centers, not swinging too much left or right. And in that state of harmony and balance, you are copying nature, because nature is that balance. Life is what happens in the balance. So I think anything that you do in life that moves you away from balance is not healthy. We are diurnal creatures. We're meant to be up during the sunlight hours. A lot of people these days, I was speaking to a client of mine, and he's very concerned about his partner, who is basically nocturnal. And I'm like, yeah, damn straight. Damn straight. You ought to be concerned, because that's going to open the doorway towards mental illness potentially down the line, depression or anxiety, because you're meant to spend so much time in the sun, outdoors. Look at Indy. Indy's such a like positively charged, happy bloke because look at him. He's laying in the sun. It's like the whole winter, all I've seen is Indy naked in the sun. I'm like, dude, do you ever get out of the bloody sun? It's not even summer yet, and he's like naked in the sun all day. But that's the way to be for being positively healthy, because then if you have that, you'll probably go to sleep earlier, and then you'll probably wake up earlier in the morning. And so this is like why I do this routine with my boy, up at the crack of dawn, sunrise, climb the mountain, get him out there. Like other people, like the gentleman at the shop is a friend of mine. He's got the local store here. And he's like, I struggle to get my son to sleep at night. And then like he doesn't want to wake up early in the morning. And I'm like, dude, you yank him out of bed early in the morning, he's going to be tired. So then he goes to sleep at night. And then you got to get that cycle going and get him in tune with the natural elements, with the planets, with the sun. So we are meant to be in tune with the sun. But I think we've been obsessively... Okay, so the sun represents the electrical force. The electrical force represents the Pingala. The Pingala represents the mental body. So we have been taught to be overly influenced by our mental body, to repress our emotions in Western culture, and rely purely upon the mental body, purely focused on the etheric field, try and deny the astral field even exists. And so we've become imbalanced in the West in this way. And so our lifestyle has become one of us being out of tune with the sun, because we're so obsessed with the solar quality that we're not giving ourselves enough of the lunar quality. And so we crave the lunar quality. We don't want to go to sleep at night. Does that make sense? Some part of us doesn't want to sleep at night because we feel this require for this dark lunar energy. We need that magnetic pull. We're not getting enough of it. And so we compensate with televisions and entertainment and this and that and all sorts of rubbish to waste our time, but we don't get to sleep at night. And so we don't wake up early enough in the morning, where a farmer doesn't have mental illness, because they wake up with the crack of dawn, they go onto their fields, they watch the sunrise, they observe the animals on their fields, like that damn bird's eating all my corn. Do you know what I mean? They have to interact with nature. And so they're becoming in tune with the natural flow and the organic presence of life, where we are being conditioned into mental illnesses. If you live in the future, so you're either in the present or you're in the future or you're in the past. If you're in the past, you're more likely getting depressed with lethargy. If you're in the future, you're more likely getting hyperactively energized and worrying about the future. And that extreme result of the worrying and over-energizing about the future can lead to anxiety and can make you anxious. And the over-perception of the past, living back in the past, can make you lethargic and depressed, and can lead to extreme forms of depression, schizophrenia. So, and anxiousness and depression both lead to that same place. They don't use that word anymore. They call it disassociation. But the disassociation with reality can happen at either of the points of imbalance. So it's the balance between these 2 points that maintains the harmony of consciousness. And so what we consider to be possession or disassociation is when you are so out of tune with your energetic field between your astral and etheric bodies that something else can come and interfere and go, oh, where's that joystick? I'll handle that joystick, and then you become like a little, Pokemon man being pulled. And so beings on the spiritual energetic planes are able to see and manipulate us through our desires, because we're like loose cannons pulled between our desires, and we become fickle by nature. Or what's the other word that's similar to fickle but not fickle? Capricious, right? We become fickle or capricious by nature. And that moves us into a potential where we can be manipulated by other people. It's so easy to manipulate someone that's capricious or fickle, but it's not easy to manipulate someone that's centered. You can't manipulate them because they take their time. They've got an overview of things. They're like, no, yes, no. They think for themselves and they're not in a rush. Fickleness, capriciousness involves wanting to be impulsively moved this way or that way. So I think there's like an important lesson to be learned about being in a state of balance between the mental and the emotional field, the Ida and the Pingala. And the Sushumna consciousness, from a yogic perspective, is where we find the wisdom and the understanding of the spiritual presence within us. And so, yeah,
I wanted to add something there, maybe sort of a visual, but think about imbalance. Imbalance creates will create points of weakness. Just say like weakness of energy. So you're imbalanced and you have this force field around you, right? Repelling, negative entities or whatever. But when you're out of balance, weak points in your shield wall open up, and that's how things can get in. And I wanted to, thinking about farming, I've never done, full disclosure, never done farming like full on, growing crops over seasons or raising animals and stuff like that. I did have chickens for 3 summers when I was a kid, and we had a garden, and I grew a little garden. But from listening and reading and stuff like that, it makes complete sense how a real farmer, not like these giant mechanized industrial, monocrop behemoths operate, but real farming, like your hands and your feet are in the dirt, and you're shoveling animal shit and all this kind of stuff. It's hard to think of anything that you could do that would bring you into balance with the way the earth works than farming, because both the cycles of the sun and moon and their light and the properties that they have affect animals and crops in different ways, both of which can be beneficial. I'm pretty sure there's some plants that are better to harvest or plant on a full moon, right? You've heard of harvest moons, right? And then another thing I wanted to point out is the artificial lights that are everywhere, that have been evolving. I think in their negative aspects over our time in our relationship with electricity, like the tungsten bulb is gone, right? Now we just have LEDs, and they keep on telling us it's an energy saver. It's an energy saver. Focus on this one thing and don't ask questions about, well, what is the actual quality of light, of the flashing for fluorescence that so many people are under in the DMV all day. That's something to really think about. And another thing that I've noticed is that with my baby, a baby is pre-programmed with I would say a pretty close to perfect circadian rhythm. They are up almost before the sun, and when it's lights out, for the most part, they go down for a while. But what I've gotten out of that is getting up in the morning and being able to see the sun. And I'm very thankful for that.
I think this is a big part of being totally in tune, and is rather fundamental, like children. Like you say, The secret is to join your child. That's the secret I've discovered as a parent. Join them while they're young and they're in that frequency. Join them and just bloody well live like that, because it's better for you. And then you keep them there when they grow up. And with a little luck, they'll become an adult that's tuned to that. Like you've done 60% of your job as a parent. Just get that right, because their brains will operate better, their bodies will be stronger, they will uptake nutrition better, they'll be more confident, less likely to be depressed, less likely to be this, you know, and we will too be optimal. And I think that there's something to be said about the way that these energies move. Welcome back, dear brother.
Hey, I've been on an hour that I was in agreement, so I got to go. Sorry to leave you guys, but I got to go do my stuff. So it's been really good to be here for this little bit, and I've got a whole pile of notes. So thank you guys, and
Thanks.
talk to you soon.
Thanks for being here.
Yep.
Thank you for honoring us with your presence as always. Om Shanti. And the timing has worked out well. Indy's back. I hope your Indy is a multitask master. He's doing a yard sale while he's doing the show.
I was going to do a yard sale, but
See you guys.
God bless you, brother. Go well. How's your yard sale going, by the way?
Do a yard sale today, but it didn't work out. My girlfriend was going to pick up her son, bring him over, but her father had fallen, and she had to help him out.
Okay, well let's send out some positive thoughts for him.
Yeah, he's in his 80s, and he's on a walker now, so he's in that state where he doesn't want to use the walker. He's like, I can do it. I'm still young, but he needs help. He needs to.
Is he okay? Did he break anything, or is he all right?
All right, he's all right. He scrapes himself up a little bit.
Oh, so he's got to still have it if he can take a fall.
Yep.
He can take a fall. He doesn't break anything. He's still got it.
He's still got the resilience. He's got a heart condition right now. He's going in for surgery soon. So when he gets through that, he's going to have a lot more vitality back.
Yeah, diet. So that brings us back to this important point. So you were showing us, you were talking about an energetic exercise of the breath. Here's a curious thing: do you practice relaxation before you do your breathing, or what's your order of events?
Yes, I like to go for a jog first and then stretch, both of which independently release endorphins and get you into a relaxed state. So after going into that state of being, and then I can focus on relaxing and going into breathing. It's a really conducive methodology for me. Being able to be in that endorphin high and feeling that relaxed feeling almost kind of makes you feel like you're already ready to relax and sit down and go inside.
Yeah, there's something to be said about tensing and relaxing muscles for generating relaxation in the body. So relaxation is always probably what we should strive towards. And once we get our bodies relaxed, then we're able to breathe deeply. Because we don't want to breathe deeply with tense muscles, because then we can pull the muscles on our diaphragm. They're very small, very subtle muscles. We want to be totally relaxed, and then we can breathe more deeply and more deeply and more deeply and more deeply and get those bigger gulpy breaths where we're like pulling in more energy, more prana. So what exercises would you do next after you've done your relaxation? Do you do shadow exercises for your emotional body?
Yeah, I can. Sometimes I will. Oftentimes I'll do those to the moon by the fire. Usually during a new moon is a good time for new beginnings. And full moon is a good time to practice gratitude ceremonies. But yeah, during the new moon, I like to go out and do a relaxing nighttime meditation by the fire, and start to see what's still stirring up as far as the inner turmoil there. What's still stirring, and you can ask yourself these 3 questions in a quick meditational prompting. What upsets me more than others, or most of all? Why does it upset me in particular? And when did it start? And if you can focus on that line of thinking, you can trace yourself back to the root of your trauma or your emotional wound. So that can be a helpful way.
While you're talking here, Michelle is talking about her Kundalini awakenings, which obviously expose her to a lot of this deep emotional currents you're talking about.
Yeah, I did some Kundalini awakening myself, and I didn't really learn about it as much as I should have. And I started to cycle the Kundalini energy, and then I let it cycle back from the crown back to the root, and then back to the crown again. And so by doing this, they say that it can make a person more eccentric and somewhat overly impulsive sometimes. But you can gain a lot of energy. You can go a little bit overboard. I think I have that. People say you look so young and you have so much energy, and I do. But it's taken a long time to be able to control the energy overload, to be able to focus it and harmonize the energy. So I've used a lot of adaptogens and some amino acids, and just started taking Shilajit.
You start taking what?
Shilajit. It's a Himalayan resin. Shilajit has a lot of trace minerals in there, like essential salts and things, different metals.
It sounds like something to take. I mean, I eat Himalayan black salt, which has actually got soluble iron in it.
Wow.
The iron goes straight into your blood.
I wonder if that has Shilajit in it. What makes it black?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Because it's got a lot of minerals in it. It's got 10 of the 12 tissue salts in it, as far as I know.
Perfect.
So it's got a good balance of tissue salts. Very important salts, because the salts are what conduct our electrical impulses through between our synapses. So the salt tempers the synapse to be active. So I'm looking at the chat here. Laid back languages. You might remember him if you can see his picture. I don't know if you can see it very well. That's Patrick. If you remember Patrick, he's been on the show with us. So he's basically saying, is it because entities feed off polarized energy? That's a very good question. I think that when we polarized, we're not harmonized. I'm going to give you an example. Let's equate it to martial arts. If you're standing on your left leg or you're standing on your right leg, it's much easier for me to knock you down. But if you're standing with your center of gravity between both legs, and if you widen your stance and become closer to your center, it gets much harder for me to knock you off your feet. So energetically, if you're between left and right pulsing and you're not stable between both, then you are vulnerable to being knocked over energetically, if that makes sense. Possession. Think of possession as being energetically knocked over, the same way as martial arts is being physically knocked over. And so if you're not balanced in your posturing, you can easily be pushed off your feet. But if you're balanced in your posturing, no one will be able to push you off your feet easily, ever. So I think there's a relationship there. The Kundalini experience is, here's the thing about Kundalini. Kundalini awakening isn't necessarily positive. It is and it isn't. Because when you awaken your Kundalini, you've got more work to do. Like you've got to do more shadow work. You had to do like so many hours of shadow work. Now you've just tripled the amount of shadow work you have to do. And if you miss any of that shadow work, you pay for it. I think that's a good way of describing Kundalini. So it increases, it's like increasing your potential, but that means you got to put it in. And so when people awaken their Kundalini and just carry on with their normal lifestyle, that's where the problems come in often. So Kundalini awakening is best done when you let's say you're taking leave from work. You've got like 2 weeks leave from work. You don't have to work. You don't have any responsibilities like that too much. And you can go and spend time in the forest, go camping, or go to a resort. That's the time to awaken your Kundalini. You're in the sun, you're relaxing, you don't have too much to think about. You can just think about the energies. But if you awaken your Kundalini and you have to suddenly, I've got to do this and I've got to do that, it can excite your emotional and mental bodies to the point that you can become overly energized or drained. You become overly energized and then you become drained. You move between those polarities of being overly energized and drained. And then the requirement for coffee comes into the picture and other stimulants and substances to compensate. And then addictions form around those substances. And before you know it, there's a toxically adding toxins to the body, polluting your cellular structure. And so now the Kundalini doesn't flow properly anyway. And it adds like a whole lot of, spokes to the wheel that are unnecessarily.
Yeah, I feel that. I've had a problem with caffeine myself, and I've had to go off coffee as my daily caffeinated beverage, and I've gone on to green tea. But yeah, green tea seems to do a lot better for me and as an alkalizer, but the caffeine is still an issue and kind of dehydrates me and makes me somewhat diminished. Relying on the caffeine, I feel like takes away from my personal intrinsic energy within. It's like I have to get that energy from outside. I stopped making it from within. But what I would like to do would be able to ultimately be able to go for a walk or jog in the beginning of the day to get my heart going, and then take a caffeinated beverage as needed later if I do need it. But I feel like it's a shortcut. You can take caffeine instead of doing exercise in the morning. The exercise is probably for the best. Oh, you're on mute. You're still muted, I think. No?
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Michelle is talking about the supernatural activities in her house that's not bringing her joy. And a good sense of humor is useful. Firstly, Michelle, recognize and realize that these entities can't do anything on the physical plane. They cannot do it. If they could do it without us, they wouldn't be there with us. Just consider that for a moment. Why do they need to be with us? Why don't they just go and do what they want to do? Because they can't do anything. They can only do something if they hijack our energy to do it. We're the ones who got the presence here. So we're the ones who got the telekinetic abilities. So it's your telekinetic abilities being hijacked to make these lights turn on and off, to make appliances turn on and off. And then some other thing wants to take credit for it. Well, no, you don't get to take credits. It's like, have a sense of humor and go, if you carry on like that, you're going to teach me how to use my telekinetic energies, you fool. Go on, play with it. I'm watching and I'm learning. So having a sense of humor will bring you into a place where it's not a problem. None of it's a problem. But at the same time, it's not really necessarily going to bring you too much joy. My advice for that, Michelle, is what I'm always telling people. 40-day course of sunrise. Wake up, watch the sunrise for 40 days. Every single day. And if it's raining, take an umbrella. No excuses. So, and if it's cloudy, watch the clouds where the sun would be coming up. This is going to be part of an energetic exercise later for learning to attune to the etheric field, by the way. So you can attune to the etheric field more when you're seeing the UV. You see, water in the air makes it look gray, right? But that's a big body of water in the air. Now, that water is being ionically charged. And so the diamagnetic qualities of water is separating the ions, positive and negative. When the frequency and exchange of the ions becomes so great, you have lightning and thunder. But with a smaller range of activity between the ionic potentials of the electricity and the magnetic quality in the air from the sun and the stars, then it just carries this potential in the air. So that's like a lens that changes the quality of the prana coming from the sun when you're looking at it. So looking at gray clouds when the sun is rising behind it is very, very good for your eyes to learn to see etheric vibrational field. And by etheric vibrational field, I'm talking about the prana, to see the prana on the physical plane. Now, it's not spiritual. There are actually physical organs in your eyes, etheric organs designed by your eyes to see the prana. You see it with your eyes open. You can also see it with your spiritual organs. When you learn to see the prana with your eyes open, you'll be able to see it with your eyes closed, or vice versa. But so even if it's cloudy, watching that will show you how the universe is made out of lots of little dots. And all the little dots are like blinking in and out. Think of each tiny little dot, and I mean like billions of tiny little dots just flicker. It's like a flicker rate at the back of the universe. That flicker rate of all those dots is the prana you're looking at. Each one of those dots is a wormhole. Quantum entanglement. I want you to consider what that means. So you're able to see quantum entanglement happening with your eyes, with your etheric organs in your eyes, as tiny little dots that are flickering in and out of. And if you look at those dots for long enough, you'll see more of them. And you'll notice there's more of these dots around plants. You go, oh, that's interesting. Trees and plants, they've got, and when you look at those dots, there's like accumulations of these clusters of these flashing little vibrating dots that are flashing in and out of existence, being replaced by other little dots all over. They're everywhere. And so you'll start to see those tiny little dots. It's like the universe has got a graininess to it, but the grain's like flashing in and out of existence. And it's like a resonant frequency to the movement of these dots. And if you look for a while, you'll see there's currents and there's other little things happening along certain lines of the dots. There's little energy paths being released. And if you look at them for a long time, you'll start to see a luminosity around living things. And even rocks will have their own quality of luminosity on inanimate objects. And as you gaze more into the dots and the luminosity, you'll start to see colors. Right? So you'll learn to see into the etheric field. And if you see into the etheric field, you'll be able to see the astral energies animating the etheric field, the aura. So there's a reason to watch the sunrise when the skies are gray. If you want to learn to see auras, it's a very easy way to do it, but don't overdo it. Well, watch the sunrise every morning. And when you get to see the sun directly, you stare at the sun. Don't overdo it. The more you look at the sun, the more you can look at the sun, by the way. So in the beginning, I'd say like just stare at the sun for 5 minutes. But as it feels more comfortable, move it to 7 minutes to 10 minutes. You'll be able to stare at the sun for like 15 minutes in the morning without any uncomfortableness in your eyes. And after you've done a proper sun gazing, you'll notice the greens. The colors are very interesting. You'll start noticing different shades of green you didn't notice before in plants. There's a lot more shades of green than I was actually taking for granted. So it attunes your eyes to being able to see more qualities as well. So sun gazing is a very powerful technique for attuning to the pranic field, bringing the prana into the physical body, and for helping the physical body to become attuned. And on cue, Dr. K has arrived. Dr. K is in the house. Welcome, dear brother Kalal. Honored to have you and Indy here. Indy, are you sitting still or have you frozen? Okay. Okay, no, cool. Your camera frozen. So, dear Dr. K is he does grimoires. Just to give him a short introduction, he does his grimoires where he helps people to get direction and alignment in their lives, and to share with them the particular qualities and the particular vibrations that they should be moving towards. He does these wonderful grimoires of numbers where he'll break down all the numbers in people's lives using various different systems, the Chaldean, the usual numerological system, the pre-Phoenician system, the older systems of numbers. And he'll help people to decode their personalities, decode their vibrational field, their energy, so that they're able to understand what makes them tick and what they're meant to be doing in their lives. And his grimoires are really awesome. For those of you that are interested, you're gonna have to check out Dr. K. You can find his channel in my recommended list of channels right here. You can go to his YouTube channel. I don't know if he's got much on his YouTube channel yet, but I think he will be getting more because his TikTok seems to be getting busy, and his Instagram seems to be busy. Welcome, Dr. K, and do please say a few words.
Well, love, peace, and power, Franklin. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Love, peace, and power, Indy. You have been killing it. Happy to join the conversation. Forgive me for being so late. And speaking of which, yes, the YouTube content has been a slow grind, but I just found a tool to help me speed that up just a little bit. So there will be a lot more content coming soon. As time permits, I'm thankful. But please don't let me interrupt the flow of the conversation. You guys have been building around a wonderful foundation. And I'm happy it has not gravitated towards the fear elements. People need to understand the power that is able to be assumed in this wonderful time. It's not a time to be fearful. It is never a time to be fearful. It is a time to assume your power.
Lovely, brother, and a lovely sentiment being shared. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Look, there's nothing wrong with a bit of fear. I think we should run towards our fear, but we should run towards our fear full of joy, with an attitude of, yeah, I'm going to smash, I'm going to put on an iron shirt, I'm going to kick that fear right out of earth. First, I'm going to enjoy it. I think fear is something that can be enjoyed. I know it sounds weird, but when you've got an attitude towards enjoying fear, fear doesn't enjoy you. Fear doesn't like being enjoyed. Did you know that? So you can kick fear on its ass, basically. Excuse my French, but we've got Moonfeather in the house. We've got Magic LaCroix in the house. Welcome to you guys. Thank you for joining us. Namaste. Yeah, man. So where were we? Basically, the exercises that you were talking about. You were going to jump into the next exercise, brother. Indy.
Yes.
Like following the breath work.
Yes, there's a Taoist meditation in which one will go out into nature, oftentimes, if you can, being naked with a sheet over you, allowing trees to touch you in some way, whether it's the branch or the leaf or laying against a tree. And in this Taoist meditation, it's not suggested to try to change your natural breath. Just allow your natural breath to be in harmony with the world around you. Try to set the pace of the world around you. Listen to the animals, listen to the wind, and just be fully present in the nature around you. Integrate yourself with the world outside of yourself and see that as a deeper aspect of yourself. And in that state of being, immerse yourself into a trance, and you will be fully immersed in the natural world around you. And like Franklin said earlier, you'll start to notice different things, deeper shades of green, maybe different colors that were subtle that you hadn't noticed before. You might even start to pick up on hues of UV light that you never noticed before. And in this state of being, you may start to gain wisdom from the tree with which you're communing. And oftentimes people will get a message from that tree. Oftentimes you can consult it with a question.
I always hug the trees, personally. I've taught my little boy to hug trees. We were hugging trees this morning. Between the beach and the mountain, there's something very powerful about hugging a tree. Because when we recognize that the tree is going above the ground as much as it's going beneath the ground, we're hugging the tree, but the tree is both positive and negative. It's an incredible creature if you really get right down to it. And the wood of the tree has this knocking effect on our minds. It's like our minds knock against the wood of the tree. It's a hard thing to put into words, but it's like it brings the mental body into alignment with the emotional body. So it's not overly expressed. And so we are able to basically find that balance and harmony. And the interesting thing is when you hug a tree, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but you want to pee. Have you noticed that? You want to pee when you hug a tree?
Did you ever hear about how you can put your spittle on a seed and it will grow the nutrients that you need? Maybe the trees are trying to get something from urine. I know it can hold a lot of salt, which they don't usually like, but there could be things they want there.
Actually,
Exactly
trees
right.
do well with the nitrogen from urine. Small plants can't process the nitrogen from urine, but trees can. Because you see, when you pee on a small plant, you give it nitrogen poisoning, right? It gets too much nitrogen. And when it gets too much nitrogen, it locks out calcium, it locks out potassium, it locks out a whole lot of important cobalt or a whole lot of important nutrients, phosphorus. It locks out phosphorus. And when it locks out phosphorus, it stops. Phosphorus in a plant produces the metabolic fire. So you need that phosphorus. If let's say you're growing plants and you want to boost your productivity of your flowering plants, you will add phosphorus and magnesium and potassium. That's a booster for flowering boosting plants, for example. So you're right. Trees drink our nutrition of our pee, because a tree needs so much nitrogen that you can't poison it. It's just a sip. It's like, oh, thanks. But if you did that to a smaller plant, you'd poison it. It would die.
Did you ever hear about how herd animals started to follow us because they would drink from our urine in the snow, particularly the reindeers amongst the Mongols, integrated with the reindeer because they like the salt from their urine and they tended to follow them around. So now they're kind of bonded together.
So think about how that translates when it comes to trees. Trees have a great deal of knowledge to share. One of the most fascinating aspects of the quote unquote hippie movement was the interactions and some of the recordings of the so-called hippies with trees, the whole idea of a tree hugger. Smoking a joint, for example, with a tree will lead to a very interesting conversation, especially depending on the ground that the tree is rooted in. Rob B in the chat had an interesting point saying that the tree does not go down as deep as high. That would depend on the soil. So for example, if you're in a city, you're going to have trees that are going to run into concrete, right? They're not going to be able to grow and expand as much and have the same network as a tree in a field or even in a backyard, perhaps, right? So the energy of that tree may come off as angry because you have taken so long to speak to it. Like we don't understand the interconnectivity within nature. The whole idea of walking and seeing a person and speaking, saying hello. That's one of the most natural things we can ever do. And now it's gotten to a point where, that can be seen as rude. Think about that from a perspective of nature. Think about that from a perspective of a tree who's standing around watching everything and is never acknowledged. That can become a very powerful tool in your magic. Even better, dare I say, it could become a very powerful friend.
There's definitely a lot to be said about tree talk and listening to the trees when they talk to us. And it's not just the trees that talk to us. The trees are an agent for the wind. I always find that when the wind's talking to me, the wind talks to me when the trees are around. So, like, the tree is also an interpreter for the wind. You got to look at how nature operates. Like, it's incredible. So the tree talks to us in its own frequency, and then the wind talks to us, and the tree's like, oh, by the way, the wind said that.
It's true. The Chinese said that the language comes from wind, and music comes from the wind on the trees. Hence the flute. Wind in a branch.
Yes. Connecting with trees, I think, is probably it's a very fundamental, primal thing to do. And when you don't imagine for a moment that it's a coincidence that the whole story about the Buddha getting enlightened was under a tree. And I'm pretty sure, okay, so think of every story you can imagine. There's so often a tree involved. And even when there isn't a tree involved, there's a cross that was made out of dead trees. Yeah. So, the cross is made out of a dead tree. You look at the Norse legend, hanging on Yggdrasil, upside down, crucified on a tree.
Yeah.
And if you go back in history, there's a lot of stories of trees being fundamental in people's spiritual awakening. So I think the trees carry this history with them. Like, they've been here for so long. Normally, they should have.
Was Odin hanging upside down?
Hey?
Was Odin hanging by his foot? Oh. Is there other stories of that where he was hanging by his neck? No.
Well, the hanged man is
tarot.
That's what we're talking about here.
All right.
So it's about sacrifice.
Yep.
And so we're talking about the element of water when we're talking about trees. And so in the Chinese, they've considered the air element. They don't use the element of air, they use the element of wood and metal, because the wood and metal are, in the Western occult, we consider the element of air to be polarized. So the element of air is expressing polarity, and it's the polarity that moves between water and fire. But sorry, I'm just making sure that my phone's quiet, so it doesn't beep and carry on. But so the element of air in Chinese cosmology, in Chinese tantra, and Chinese alchemy is wood, which is the receptive quality of air, and metal, which is the projective quality of air. And in the West, we consider the element of air to be finding its extension. When we speak about the Star of David, we are resonating with the air element as the polarity between things above and below. So it's interesting how the Taoist system has turned it into wood, which is tree. So the receptive quality of mind is empowered by wood. Now, there's something else that I noticed when living in the jungles and being around trees a lot in the woods. They shield your mind from the outside world. If you go deep into a woods, it's like you can't hear the outside world, like telepathically, so much. Or it's like there's so much going on around you, and the tree and the wood absorbs your mind into the trees and you become like tuned into the earth. So you use the earth as a battery to communicate. It's like a conduit. Instead of being directly plugged into the other people, you're plugged in through the tree and the earth to the other people. So it changes the quality of telepathic connection with people outside of far away, which is quite interesting. Which is why if you want to connect with people, you want to go on a hill, right? If you're in a jungle, you go onto the top of a jungle hill and suddenly, wow, you can feel the world again. Like, whoo, the world's out there. I can feel it again. And suddenly it's like, oh my God, there's all that stuff going on in the world. You know, you suddenly plugged into it again. You can feel it. So trees buffer, the wood buffers psychic energy. So this is why I believe sages have always gone, and the tantraman and shaman are always drawn to go and find it in nature, because if you go into nature, it buffers all the other nonsense away from you, and you can just become plugged into nature right here, right now. You don't need to think about the future. You don't need to think about the past. It's just right here, right now. And then the rest is just what is, which is what becomes.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. I was fortunate enough to have raised myself in the forest, and I learned from communing with animals by sharing knowledge and wisdom through my eyes with their eyes. And it was profound. I feel like when I was young, I gained wisdom beyond ages from just being able to commune with nature. And for a while, I didn't really have the words for it, but the way that you said it says it puts it into a good frame and articulates it well. But yeah, there's really a lot there to be able to shield us from the bombardment of the energies of other minds and give us that clarity. And yeah, a lot of sages will go about by the tree and be able to stay there in immense clarity for extended periods of time. It almost kind of takes away your distractions of your bodily functions too. The distractions kind of melt away. You become more stable, kind of like the tree. And I feel like when we go around things like trees and rocks, our resonance with those beings, those energies, starts to match them and take on more of a harmonized, balanced, stable tone. I feel that. You mentioned earlier how minerals have piezoelectrical resonance with us, and I believe that trees do as well. There's an aspect of trees that there's these chemicals in the trees that helps bring us mental inner peace, and it's called Shinroku, forest bathing in Japan. And the elements of the trees are called phytokines, and they help relax us. So that's another element of that clarity and that inner peace from the trees.
I'm so sorry. I'm here trying to type and I've gobbled it, because the one thing I'll tell you about this, I've got a Z60, which is a very wonderful piece of technology. It's a Lenovo, Z70. It's got like 16 gigs of RAM, fast CPU, Radeon ATI graphics card. And it's decent. It's not a gaming computer, but it's like good price for the computer. The only thing is the keyboard tends to gobble crap up sometimes. I should buy an external keyboard, because this is my spare machine, which I bought years ago, but I only opened it a while ago, and I've put Linux onto it, which is really beautiful. So it gobbled up my thing, and I'm trying to put it up here. There we go. So that's for Michelle. Michelle was asking if there's a group on Telegram. On WhatsApp. I do have a WhatsApp group. I haven't been using it. I will actually activate that WhatsApp group. I was trying to avoid WhatsApp because it's connected to Facebook, but I do have it on my Huawei phone, and I do actually tend to communicate with people via WhatsApp. But Telegram I find much better The thing about Telegram is you can upload videos, you can upload photos, and there's no limit. You can upload 2 gigabyte videos. I can upload 4 gigabyte videos to Telegram because I pay like $4 a month. $3-4. What is it? $4 a month or something. That doubles your upload capacity. So I can upload big videos into Telegram, and you can upload videos, and so it's a much better platform than WhatsApp. It's like you can use it as a cloud. I use Telegram as a cloud. I've got 1/4 terabyte floating around in Telegram. I've backed up 1/4 terabyte. I use Telegram as a cloud. And as a cloud service, it's the cheapest cloud service that you're ever going to get, because you pay $4 a month and you got an unlimited cloud. I'm literally got 1/4 terabyte floating around out there on Telegram. No, I lie. More than 1/4 terabyte. 1/4 terabyte of books. Just books. Plus, I've got videos and everything else. I've probably got about 1/3 terabyte floating around on Telegram. So you can, like, if you could put a terabyte on there, and if you get the so that's just for people that want to have a background cloud. You go there and you create a channel or a group. You can make it private, and you can just use it as an upload. You can use it to store your goods, and you get a very fast upload and download if you pay your $4 a month. So people that don't know that about Telegram, get on it. Also, it's much more secure than WhatsApp. You don't have people watching you so much. You got proper encryption, and your calls can be done peer-to-peer with people if you phone people and you have calls. So you can change your settings to be peer-to-peer, which means you're completely bypassing the Telegram server and using your handset to your handset. In the same way that you would with WhatsApp, the difference is you don't use the server. So I think it's pretty cool, Telegram. So yeah, I've put Telegram information up there in answering Michelle's question. And I think, back to the conversation we were talking about. Sorry to derail the conversation, brother. The idea of these Taoist concepts, I think there's something very integral and fundamental to it, because it seems to be the closest stem from shamanism that I've found is the Taoist system. Because shamanism is actually very simple. There's not really much of a teaching. You're guided to go and do extreme things in order to get very balanced. And that might sound weird, but that's like really what shamanism, I think, like you could summarize it as. And the focus is always the rhythm. So when you're looking at trees and you're with trees, you'll notice the rhythm, because the trees are always in rhythm with the wind. They're always dancing, aren't they? So when you sit underneath the trees, the first thing you notice is these trees are dancing all the time. You go, hey, these little buggers are dancing. Check them go. Look at them go. They got the rhythm, And so you automatically feel like you're in tune with rhythm when you're sitting by a tree. And the rhythm of life starts to talk to you. You start to become tuned in to the way the flows of rhythm moves. And rhythm is fundamental to shamanism. And so this is one of those powerful ways of retuning your energy body. Rhythm. The drum. It is such a simple thing to do, to just play a drum. It doesn't have to be a shamanic drum. It doesn't have to be this drum or that drum. It's about being tuned in to rhythm. Your consciousness aligned with rhythm. It could be listening to the inner drum of your heart. In meditation, just listening to the drum. Just following the rhythm of the heart. Just listening. Or it could be playing any drum. I play tables. I play the furniture. I play door frames. Anywhere I go, I tap little rhythms on things, and I love to listen to the different sounds that different materials make when I tap them with rhythms. Find it exciting and interesting. And everything like that you tap is going to give you a different frequency of tone. And I love tones. I love sounds. I love listening to sounds, and I love rhythm. So to use rhythm to entrain your consciousness field, so that your emotional body and your mental body become imbalanced. Your etheric and your astral bodies become balanced with each other. Because the etheric and the astral, when you put them together, what you got is a physical body and a spiritual body. So the physical and spiritual body are held in check with the astral and the etheric body. And so you've got these 4 bodies, 4 states of being that are fundamentally held in check. And this is what the cross is all about. So the cross is the spiritual body, the physical body, the astral body, the etheric body. This is why the cross is one of the oldest symbols used. So we can use symbols like the cross. To meditate upon the cross is to meditate upon the rhythm between the astral and the etheric and the spiritual and the physical. Because the only reason that the astral and the etheric exist at all is because the spiritual creates a polarity in order for the physical to come into being. And the polarity created by the spiritual in order for the physical to come into being is the astral and the etheric. So there are 2 sort of left hand and right hand. And this is why our bodies reflect left hand and right hand, and why there's an equal, shape to the left hand and the right hand, and the left foot and the right foot. Because within the astral body, there's a polarity. On the right hand side of the body, there's a mental polarity between the right foot and the right hand. So the right foot is receptive. The right hand is projective. The left hand is receptive. The left foot is projective. But the left foot is projective and the right foot is receptive. So there's a polarity. And the right hand projective and the left hand receptive, there's a polarity. So you can see how the astral has its own polarity, the etheric has its own polarity, but the polarity of the etheric and the astral fit together. Now, yang yin is the yang and the yin in balance, right? The physical and the spiritual in balance. But when we look at that, there is also a balance of a yang yin in balance with a yin yang, because within the yang there is a yang yin, and within the yin there's a yin yang. So you've got a set of polarity balancing a set of polarity, the astral and the etheric, but you also have the fundamental feminine and masculine in balance. So when you look at a yang yin, it's actually a cross. So that's an older form of the same symbol as a cross. And a cross represents what a yang yin represents. Is there
a meaning for the central point of the cross, like maybe the soul, perhaps?
I think the central point of the cross represents harmony, the Tao.
Like a positive.
The central part of the cross is the crux. So if you look at what we call the solstice cross or the grand cross, if you turn it 90 degrees, it's an X, right? So however we want to choose to look at it, but it's essentially the fulcrum. It's the central point in which all weight resides, all weight is bared.
So it's the structure of being.
It's interesting. He used the word solstice. There being soul in that, also the sun. So there's a lot of symbolism there. The central point of the sun, the solstice, the soul, the crux. There's a lot of power there, I think. It reminds me of oppositorium coincidentia, which is the integration of opposites, extremes into the central point.
If you are...
Oh, go ahead, Khalil. I can ask this later.
I'm sorry. If anybody's familiar with his soul and split it into pieces, right? It's very telling, the pieces that he chose to hide pieces of his soul into, and you know what that represents spiritually and symbolically. But this is essentially what we do in incarnation. especially by assuming certain totems and auspices.
It also makes me think of Da'at, the root Sephiroth. Oh, I think you're muted, Franklin. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying we missed the very beginning of what you said, Dr. K. Could you just say that for us one more time, just to because I got a feeling there was a lot being said with a few words.
The idea of a Horcrux from Voldemort in Harry Potter, the idea of splitting one's soul. That's essentially a reference to the zodiac, but it's also a reference to constellations. And then it becomes about our machinations here in what we call reality or 3D.
Beautiful, all three aspects. And what were you saying, dear brother Indy?
How does the Ba and the Ka of ancient Hermetic wisdom align with the with this cross that we're forming here? I think the Ba, one is the soul and the other is the spirit body, but I could be wrong. One might be the emotional and one might be the spirit body.
You're exactly right. Think about Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, and that will be a good representation of the Ba and the Ka, because we're talking about the spirit and the body. Essentially, they're the same thing, but the magic or the real unison is what you get when they properly merge. So this is another aspect of as above, so below.
Yeah, the Ba is definitely carrying the spirit, and so we often speak of the emotions as being, if someone is spiritual, they're in tune with the frequencies of love, and it's the emotional currents that carry these feminine energy, right? So the reflection of the emotional power, I think, is expressed in the Ba, and the reflection of our sacred geometry knowledge and sacred geometric energetic shapes is expressed in the Ka. So when we speak of Mer Ka Ba, we're talking about aligning the etheric and the astral, because it's when the Ka and the Ba are in perfect harmony and balance that the spirit is conducting from the causal field directly, the causal principle of the highest potential, which is your seat of your soul, which is that aspect that goes from incarnation to incarnation.
Does
And
Myrrh is Myrrh associated with the sea? I like that. Like mermaid and mare. Latin name for sea.
Mir as in mirror,
Yeah.
as in reflection, as in Taoism, they speak about the quality of water as being maintaining the basis of heaven.
Well, what's interesting about that, Indy, is when you get into the etymology of the word soul, one of the references is to the sea.
And the sole of our foot,
Yeah.
it receives all of our pressure. Like everything is received by the sole of your foot. Right? Like everything that you do impacts your souls. If you move your hand or your finger, your souls react. Like it's an old martial arts thing, Like your soles of your feet touching the earth is something quite important. And how your feet touch the ground is so fundamental to that flow of energy, the chi. So it's like there's definitely there's a lot to this concept of the soul, and the fact that the soul means the sun
And I
as
saw
well.
this. And it's the sun, the center.
And the fact that you can be sold, or things can be sold. Well, the concept.
Yeah.
So when it's sold, somebody's receiving it. And you add the de onto the soul. So de is a doorway. Dalet is a doorway. So you add that doorway onto the word soul, and what is received is going through that doorway to someone else to receive it. Sold. So like that word soul is quite important, I think, etymologically. To solder things together. And then a soldier. And then even a salamander. We call it salamander, but it's salamander. Because the salamander lives in the fire, element of fire. And the sun, soul, element of fire, salamander. You see?
And solitude.
Solitude. Amander. Aman. Aman. Amander. Under. Under means different in Germanic. Is Aman. Aman is a very well-known name in Arabic, isn't it? Aman. It's a name of divinity. It's a divine name. So Sal Aman Der. And under means alternative. So Sal Amander is you hear about the Ishim in Paleo Hebrew, and the Ishim is the divine order of beings. They're called the brilliant shining ones, the Ishim. And so they are fundamentally responsible for individuality. Why are we not just one being? Why are we one being reflecting different aspects, individuality? I think this individuality has got a lot to do with this soul presence. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to be separate or individual. We could be like a hive.
What culture were the Ashim from?
Well, it's Paleo Hebrew. But as we know, everything that comes from Paleo Hebrew was borrowed from the Chemites, the Chemians. So it all comes from the land of Kim, doesn't it? And when we look at that all comes from, we go back through Babylon, we go back to right back to the Phoenicians, and where the basis of language started. But then we find that the same principles are going way back to the two brothers that landed on Earth. The cuneiform writing that we can't really pin down, which we know are the reflections of those. Sorry?
They kind of hide it, but it was pictographic first, just like Paleo Hebrew was. And so they kind of mislead us by thinking it started as arrows and such, but like a lot of the languages, it started as a picture, and it grew into like a chicken scratch, easy to make for people that can't draw kind of version over time. We've been kind of misled about that cuneiform. Just like people don't really know a lot about Paleo Hebrew being images, like the picture of the bull for Aleph and etc. But if you look into that, it shows common roots back to like linear A and linear B.
That's what Phoenicia is all about. Phoenicia was where the adaptations happened, isn't it? Where the alphabet was born as a phonetic
from
system.
hieroglyphics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why the phoneme, phonetic, Phoenician. But I think it all goes back to Enki and Enlil. And the same stories are like mirrored everywhere you go. You know, the Irish legends, the everywhere you go, you seem to have the story of these two that were at odds.
Because they kind of switched the eagle or the falcon with the bull for this first symbol, which seems confusing to me because when they translated hieroglyphs to Phoenician and then later Paleo Hebrew and such, they changed the order of the symbols, or they switched the symbols like that are synonymous, like the eagle and the bull, or I think the eagle is also synonymous with the scorpion.
Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
happened much later. Sorry, yes? Was that Dr. K?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the like Scorpio used to be represented by an eagle. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. And this is why study is so important, because when we look at when we correlate migrations to language, to timelines, to bloodlines, we get a different story in completely different contexts every single time. But if we're not really doing the work, it's never going to be given or told in such a way, because things are far more connected than they would have us believe.
Yeah, it's true. Oftentimes we fail to see the common roots behind it all, and we try to focus on the divisions of it. But it brings a lot of light to things when you can see the root of it all and find where the commonalities come from and how they diverge in their own ways. But actually, if you look back at the Eastern languages of like Chinese, Japanese languages, kanji, they came from pictures originally as well, too. So it's almost like the 72 tribes all went out from a central point in language confusion and just created their own little splinter off ways. They're not letting us try to go back to that language of the birds.
Oh, don't
Yeah,
even get me started on the birds. I got a big thing going on with birds. I love listening to the birds. I'm always telling my son, like, we're on the mountain. I'm like, shh, I'm trying to listen to the birds. He's like, I think he's finally figured it out. Yeah, man. Yeah. There's something very special about the birds. And I think it's yeah, man. That's the Egyptian. Is that an Egyptian goose?
Yeah.
We've got a lot of those that come here. They're beautiful.
Rakish. Braganza. North Africa. Yeah, I like to open random pages to the birds and just learn a new bird sometimes.
This morning I saw a little bird on the ground, and I was like drawn, like I must go and get this little bird, take him home, because I was like, didn't know how badly injured he was. Turned out he could sort of fly a little bit low, like a little bit. So it was like such a toss up. I was like, should we take him home? Should we go and get him? But I didn't want to traumatize him because we were on the mountain. But I was like, that little bird might not survive. Pretty sure if I take him home and feed him for like 3 or 4 days or a week, he'll be fine to go back. But in the end, it turned out he was okay. Tiny little brown, little beautiful, little tiny little guy crawling around on the ground, all scared. I was like, "What are you doing, crawling around on the ground, all scared? I'm gonna set you up at my place for a week. I'll feed you like a king, and then let you go out after you put on a bit of fat." But he was okay. Don't like to disturb nature, but so welcome to all the people that have joined us. We've got Michelle's here. We've got Rob. Welcome, Rob. Just see there. The tree does not go down as deep as it's high. I promise. I think they have to adapt to topography under the ground. I think it depends on where the tree is as to how deep it goes down. But maybe a lot of the strains that go down have to go sideways, or
the dicotyledons go straight down to the taproot.
Yeah.
And the monocots have just shallow top roots.
Palm trees, for example,
Damn.
got a different sense going up. I think you can pretty much look at the tree and get a sense of what it's like underneath the ground. But there's especially in modern where we live, like we've really messed with nature, haven't we? So the trees in our areas where we live would not be normal natural trees. They sort of emergency trying to adapt. And it's quite interesting, like when you getting back to the trees topics, the trees and birds, blessed be, brother. Take a little trip with me. The trees are the homes for the birds. So the birds that speak to us of these sacred messages, they live in trees. There's got to be something profound, because I've noticed that birds are like, okay, so in jungles or in the forests, the birds are the ones that tell us there's a predator coming. The birds say, "Hey, there's a dangerous thing coming, it's going to kill you." And all the other little ground, the squirrels, they all learn to copy bird calls. I don't know if you know this. So little animals that live on the ground, rodents, they like echo. So the bird says, "Oi, there's a leopard coming." And suddenly everybody starts saying in their own language, leopard, and they're all trying to copy the bird. So the bird is the first talker out of the animal kingdom. And normally the birds are warning everybody else about who's coming. They don't have to tell them, but there's a very specific bird call for when there's a predator, and animals know that bird call. And so the birds sit in the trees, get that perspective, and are able to warn the animals beneath. So like the bird is a leopard's worst friend, like their worst enemy. It's like, because the birds are what prevent them from eating, if that makes sense. Which is quite funny if you think about it. But they protect everybody else. Quite a selfless little being.
Yeah, that's why crows and not grackles, but ravens are thought to communicate with us, because they do. They talk to us. They talk to wolves. They talk to dogs. So since we've partnered up with dogs, they talk to us a lot too. And it said that if they crow on the left, they're saying to proceed. If they crow on the right, they say to turn back. Or it's a warning. Sometimes it might not be about your physical journey, it might be metaphysical things, because they're known to know about the other side and be at the portal of the netherworld.
Yeah, I've had relationships with crows. Crows are interesting. They're fascinating birds. I mean, the story of Shiva and the crow is that the crow, basically Shiva offered the crow any form. He said, like, why don't I give you a beautiful form? You just black color feathers. And the crow was like, "No, I'm satisfied with what I've got. I don't need any more from you. I'm happy." All the other animals lined up and said, "Can I have more bright feathers? Can I have bigger this? Can I be improved in this way?" And the crow was like, "You know what? I don't need to be improved. I'm perfect just the way I am." So the crow, instead of evolving physically, involved intelligence. That's why it's one of the only birds that uses tools. And they make their own tools too. Clever little buggers. Crows. So Patrick is asking about pee drinking, urine drinking. I had this conversation with Mexico. Was it yesterday? Yeah, just yesterday. So basically, lysosomes in pee. Lysosomes are enzymes that stimulate cell reproduction and stimulate cell regeneration of cells. Urine's also got all 12 of the tissue salts in it. So it's going to improve your water moving through your body. It's also got homeopathically the poison that you need to take in order to cure yourself homeopathically. So it's a homeopathic cure. It's got vitamin C, iron, essential nutrients and minerals, retinol, vitamin A, vitamin B12. Everything is in your urine. It's also tends to push the positive hydrogen ions out of the body, producing a more alkaline environment when you drink urine. It makes you more thirsty after you drink urine, so you want to drink more water. So it causes the liver to work a little bit harder. Drinking too much urine will put a bit of stress on the liver, but drinking the right amount of urine won't put too much stress on the liver. And when you detoxify the liver, you have a positive effect on the spleen. The spleen is really important because overactive mind of the etheric field is in the spleen. So worry is attached to the spleen. So the spleen is looking towards the future. So to balance the harmony of the energy in the spleen, cleansing the liver, drinking urine is very good for the mental body. It brings the mental body under peaceful state as well, which is interesting. You almost get a kind of a buzz from drinking pee, by the way. Those of you that have done it know what I'm talking about. It's almost like a kind of a buzz, like a high. Obviously, though, before you drink pee, you can't eat processed foods. You want to really watch what you're eating. Ideally, if you're going to drink pee, you want to be doing like almost a fruit fast, eating vegetables as raw as possible, fruits, and not wheat, not dairy. Trust me, try drinking your pee after having dairy. You'll wish you hadn't. The taste's not so good. And it's also re-educates your palate when you drink urine. So if you're eating foods that aren't the best foods for you and you drink your pee will say, I know what that was. It's that food that made that taste. So you won't want to eat that food that made that taste. So your body is educating you as to what you should be eating for optimal health. So drinking urine has got so many, it saved my life in the Himalayas. When I ended up getting pneumonia up in the Himalayas at about 2.5 to 8,000, less than 3,000 meters altitude. In the monsoon, in the cold, in a tent. Don't ask me what I was doing up there. I was just found this random place. It's drawn to. Anyway, bottom line, I was coughing up blood, and my lungs are filling with fluids. And I was on a mountain, and there was nowhere to go. Not that I would have gone there. And I was like, okay, I'm going to drink urine. So urine's a decongestant. It removes the fluid from your lungs. So I survived on my urine. For like a week, I drank urine. And when I drank urine, I drank urine every hour. Every hour and a half, I drank urine, like almost a pint or like 300 mils. So I was drinking about 2 to 3 liters of urine a day to remove the fluid from my lungs, because when I drank urine, I had peace in my breathing. And my body healed fast. So much for pneumonia. So yeah, urine's powerful. When I had second-degree burns on my leg, I just treated it with urine. And now I'm not sure which leg it was. Because I can't find the scar. So urine's powerful medicine. And I started drinking urine because I was first drinking the urine of the white cow in the Himalayas, the indigenous cow of India, Nandi. The older people drink the urine of the traditional cow. And I was like, hey, I'm missing out. I want to get in on that action. Can I borrow your cow for a moment? So I was a white guy who was like, can I borrow your cow? Can I take your cow for a spin? You know? And I was taking people's cows for a spin. Up in the Himalayas, the cows eat well. They eat just grass and natural stuff. So it's not like you can't drink a cow from India anyway because they eat plastic. It's very, very sad. So, okay, something I wanted to get into is the energetic exercise for the etheric field and the chakras. So a very good energetic practice for working with the etheric field is the middle pillar exercise. The middle pillar exercise is very easy. Like what Indy was talking about, first doing a relaxation exercise and then doing a breathing exercise is the key. You want to get your breathing to go into rhythmic breathing, where you're breathing like Indy was showing us earlier. And if you're late to the show, then go back and check afterwards, earlier on. You want to get that breathing into a rhythmic state, into what I call the threefold breath. So you're first breathing into your diaphragm, then you're allowing an expansion to the sides, and then you're allowing the top of your lungs to come up. So you breathe deep down first, expand outwards, and then upwards. And then allow it to just deflate on its own. And in, expand, up, and relax. So that's the pattern of breath. First, you relax. Relaxation exercise, you can find it across the web. Yoga Nidra. Yoga Nidra starts on the feet. I would start on the tip of the head if I'm doing the Kabbalistic exercise, because everything starts from the head down. In yogic practice, we're working with the astral field. We work from the Kundalini center, the Muladhara chakra, upwards. When we're working with the Kabbalistic system, we work from the Kether downwards towards Malkut. It's because the etheric field is the polar opposite of the astral field. So when you're working with your chakras, you do not start with the Sahasrara chakra, ever. You start with the Muladhara chakra, because the astral field is different. It needs to be done in a particular way. The etheric field, you start with the Kether. So you start at the tip of your head and relax your body and be aware of this point. And just allow your awareness to slowly move down. I like to imagine it like golden honey rolling over my head. And like droopy golden honey flowing down my face. And just everywhere where there's tension, just allow your awareness to dwell. And just sit there for a while. Allow the tension to just dissolve, because it will. If your awareness sits on the tension without thinking about it or trying to do anything about it, the tension will dissolve. It's the way the brain works. So you just allow your awareness to move down through the jaw, through the different parts of the back of the head, until you're aware of the whole head. Then you maintain that awareness. Then you do the same with the neck. And then you do the same with the shoulders and the arms, right down to your fingertips. And then you're aware of the whole arms. Then you're aware of your back, shoulder blades. Then you're aware of your breasts. You're aware of your lungs, of the muscles down your diaphragm, the muscles in your guts, the muscles down your belly, the muscles down your back. And you just allow that awareness to flow down limb by limb and do it section by section until you're doing the whole of the torso. After you've gone through the whole torso. And the same with your hips, going down to your knees, and your knees down to your legs until you're relaxing the whole leg. And then you do the same for your feet, moving down your ankles to your soles, to right down into your toes. And once you've done, I like to keep the awareness in the tips of the fingers and the tips of the toes, and allow the whole body to become like an relaxed elastic band, and then follow the rhythm of the breath. But like Indy says, if you go and do a bit of exercise, it's a hack. You can hack all of that. Just go and do a bit of exercise, get the muscles pumping, get the breath flowing, and the body will relax on its own. So you don't need to, and then you can just focus on the relaxation very quickly because you'll be halfway there. And then once you're in the state, you breathe rhythmically for a while and you allow the rhythm of your breath to be like the ocean, coming and going. And you sit with the rhythm of the breath and try and allow the rhythm of the breath to become, take your time, leave it empty for a little while. Try and breathe in at a relaxed rate and let it go out slowly on its own rate. So you don't force anything, you don't push it. From a Western perspective, we do tend to use invocation more than evocation. In the tantric Western Eastern version, we tend to use evocative techniques more than invocative techniques. But for the breathing, I don't always suggest invocative techniques, as in like you can count it, breathing in for count of 4, holding for count of 2, breathing out for count of 4, holding for count of 2. You can get into a rhythm in such a way, and that's fine. Just don't close the valves of your breathing apparatus while you're empty and full, because that's not good for you. And so you get into the rhythm of the breath, and the breath is rhythmical, and then you imagine above your head a sphere of light. And then you look up above and up to the dark, starry sky. And I want you to imagine drawing a figure of 8 above your head and allow yourself to feel like you're being drawn towards that figure of 8. And as you breathe in, you feel yourself expanding and getting bigger. And the figure of 8 is above your head, and you feel yourself expanding and expanding and expanding towards that figure of 8. And as you move towards that figure of 8, the figure of 8 itself gets bigger above your head, and you move up further, and the figure of 8 goes up further, and you feel yourself growing bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger up, and you notice the moon getting smaller, and you're going up towards the sun, and the sun gets smaller, and you're growing bigger than the whole solar system. You just allow yourself to expand in your imagination. The figure of 8 is what you're moving towards on its side above your head that represents infinity. Then the earth is like a ball beneath your feet. Now that light above your head is starting to resonate more. Look beyond that figure of 8 and in your imagination see a pinpoint of light far away, and pull down a pinpoint of that light to come to the tip of your head, and it will start to create a resonant chamber. And in your mind, swirl that around until it becomes like a sphere of vibrating light energy, and just concentrate on it for a while. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in through that sphere. Then allow, with your out breath, to draw some of that and allow that to descend down between the two hemispheres of your brain into your throat and to form another sphere. Breathe in, breathe out. The same way with the sphere of light above your head, the sphere of light in your throat, which is a bit smaller. It's about like this big. Sphere of light above your head might be like 8 inches diameter, 10 inches. The sphere of light in your throat would be a bit smaller, maybe like 4 to 6 inches. Then allow your breath from there to allow you to breathe out from there, and allow the same light that's pouring in through your head to draw out and go towards the center of your body, the solar plexus, and create a sphere that encompasses the heart and the solar plexus. The solar plexus is that point, which is a vulnerable strike point in martial arts. It's where the V of your ribcage meets, and about that far beneath the V is the point of your solar plexus, and the sphere is about this big, encompassing your human heart and that point. You breathe into that, and you feel that's right in the center of your body. Breathe the light in, allow it to descend from your head through your throat into this middle. It's exactly in the middle of your body, and it represents harmony. The throat represents knowledge, and this represents unity. So to contemplate this sphere, you just have a point. To contemplate this, you consider the ocean. To contemplate the heart, you can have a cube or a 6-red star or a book if you want to have an image or a symbol. But you don't need one. Just consider the energy of the light. And it's a sphere, and everything's bouncing around and rotating, swirling in this sphere of energy. And once you've got this resonance happening within you, then you allow your breath to breathe out and draw that energy down till it goes to your sexual region and create a sphere of light in the same manner. Breathe in, breathe out rhythmically, rhythmically breathing with this light. And then allow that to go down towards your feet in the same fashion as you've done the other 4. And at your feet, it forms a sphere. Beneath your feet, that encompass your feet. And you'll feel a lot of banging around your feet, like there's a resonance, like things are bumping around against your feet, because the etheric field is very dense. Then once you've got that resonant field of your feet, then you want to draw the energy from your light, from your head, draw more energy down this light that you've made, which is like a pillar of light running through the middle of your body. Hence it's called the middle pillar, towards your feet. Breathe out towards your feet, breathe in, breathe out. Allow the rhythmic breathing to be the key to the concentration exercise with the sphere of light at your feet. Then you wanted to raise with your in-breaths, you wanted to breathe it in up the right side of your body. And this light can come up as a ray. It can come up as you can breathe the sphere, move the sphere up. It's not important about the details. It's that you've got the sensation of this upward flow up through the right hemisphere of the brain back to this central sphere that you've created above your head. And as you breathe out, you breathe it down the left-hand side. And so you can have this sphere of light moving around your body, or it can be a ray of light moving through your body, or how you want to imagine it. The idea is that there's light flowing through the side of the body, down the right side, down the left side, down the left, through the left hip, down the left leg, through the knee, down through the ankle, in back into the feet. And you breathe it up and down the left and the right. Maybe like a number of times. You can do it a few times. Then it gets back down to your feet. And from there, you breathe it back up through the middle channel, up back to the tip. And the sphere is resonating here. Then you do the same thing with running down the front of your side of your body. So it runs down the front of your face, the front of your chest, over the front of your genitalia, the front of your legs, your knees, over the front of your feet and your toes to rest beneath your feet, encompassing the bottom of your feet. And you bring that energy with your in-breath then to raise up the back, constantly focusing on the rhythm of the breath, allowing it to rest at the feet, allowing the current to flow up the back. And you will notice that you're creating 2 wheels of light, a wheel of light that's turning like this and a wheel of light that's turning like this. So you'll be in the center of 2 wheels of light, which is like a cross, but it's a cross consisting of 2 wheels. Very important distinction. And you will then bring your attention to the fact that you've got these 2 light wheels spinning, and you're standing in this, basking in this pleasure of these 2 light spinning wheels, and allow yourself to focus all of the light back up towards your head and breathe it out through the top of your head up into the air, and it will like cascade outwards like rain. It will rain down through your etheric body, and you feel this like little magnetism and draining of little bits and pieces falling through your aura back down towards your feet. Do that a few times, and then it will settle at your feet. Then you will draw more of it down towards your feet and breathe out and breathe down all the light towards your feet. Then you will start to feel a whirling of energy, which, if you're looking downwards, it's an anti-clockwise spiral. And that anti-clockwise spiral will be spinning around your feet. And it will spin around your body and encapsulate your body with light. It's almost like you bandaging yourself with light, wrapping yourself up like a cocoon in light and light and light. And as you breathe up, you bring the spiral up, back up to your head. And you breathe out and you allow that light to just settle back into your body, back into the alignment of the central axis that you've generated, the middle pillar. And you can do this perambulation or spiraling of light energy 3 times or as much as you feel. Don't overdo it. And after you've relaxed this energy, typically you would draw in energy from the top. Draw it in, draw it down to your feet. Feel the resonance going from your head to your feet. Draw some of the energy in, draw it towards your right armpit, and draw it from your right armpit across towards your left armpit. creating a cross of light within yourself, centered in this place of your heart and your solar plexus, between these two, so that a lot of the energy is focused back towards this Tiferet heart center. And then slowly come back out of it and relax. So that's an etheric energy exercise. It's the most basic one. It's the middle pillar. From there, you can learn to activate all the other sefirot in a similar way. But starting with that, it's best to do that probably for 6 months before you start doing any of the other sefirot, or even a year if you do it every day, twice. You can do it like in 10 minutes. Wake up in the morning and do it. Do it in the evening, So that's a middle pillar exercise. The working with the astral energy, you could focus on the chakras. You would sit relaxed. Working with the astral energies, you would focus on the root base of your spine, and there'd be a yellow square at the base of your spine, and you'd be breathing in and breathing out, and you'd feel a whirling and a spinning at the base of your spine. Whirling and spinning would be in two directions, essentially. And you'd be aware of this energy building. Now, this can develop your kundalini, so you don't want to overdo it, because working with the astral energies can awaken your kundalini really, really fast. And then you would, after generating this energy that feels like it wants to rise, you focus the energy rising to your sacral plexus below your belly button, maybe so far below your belly button, and imagine a crescent. It could be a white crescent or a silver crescent there, and focus on that crescent. Now, you could chant certain mantras, but that's going to activate your kundalini fast. The root priviti, which is the earth element, is lam. The Svadhisthana chakra, which is the water element from Vedic tradition, is vam. So you could chant those bij, the seed mantra, during the activation of those chakras. But we are now working with elemental energy, not with the chakra energy itself. It's a distinction. But the elemental energy will awaken the vibrational fields within the chakras nicely, without liberating the siddhi yet, which is an important distinction. So you would then, after focusing on the crescent, raise your awareness with the energy and breathing up till it gets to your Manipura center, which is a little bit above your navel, where you would visualize a triangle, red triangle that's pointing downwards, or a tetrahedron that's pointing downwards. And so a yellow square at the base, a white or a silver crescent in the sexual plexus, in the Svadhisthana chakra. The Manipura chakra, it's a redwood descending fire triangle of the Manipura, which is the fire element. Ram is the bij for this chakra. And after considering on each of these chakras, you're considering the heat principle of the digestion fire in your pancreas, in your Manipura chakra. You're considering the cool quality of your bladder and the fluids in your Svadhisthana chakra. You're considering the dry, cold presence of the bone in your Muladhara, of the bone reaching down the base of your spine, your skeletal system. And then after working with those three chakras, you'll raise it up to your heart. And in your heart, there's the breath. You start to focus on your breath. The breath is the element of air. Yam is the bij for the heart center. And here you can visualize a blue sphere or a green sphere, whichever works for you. Those are the two traditional colors. Different areas, different colors. I always like the blue sphere for the heart because it reminds me of the color of the sky. We're talking about the wind's energy, the air element. Vayu. The Vayu is the essence of the heart. The Tejas is the essence of the fire for the Manipura. The Apas is the essence of water for the Svadhisthana, and the Priviti is the essence of earth for the Muladhara chakra, for the base chakra. So these are the elemental attributions. And it's a sphere. You're contemplating a sphere or a circle for the heart, and you follow the breath in, follow the breath out, follow the breath, and the breath becomes the key. Once you've activated the breath here, you feel the heart's sphere, you draw the energy up towards your throat. And in your throat, there's an egg shape that forms, an oval. And it would be indigo color or black color, dark color, indigo. And the mantra associated is Om. That's the resonant frequency for the Visuddhi chakra, which is the Akasha element, the element of mind, of thought, of interconnectedness. And so you focus on this egg, and you work with these 5 chakras, these 5 elements. I would just work with those 5, if I was honest, to start, if you haven't been doing this a lot. You can move it up into the ajna. Here you see a circle with 2 ovals. Look at the flower of life. Those little thin ovals, those are the petals that are attached to the circle or sphere, which represent the pituitary and the pineal gland, Ida and the Pingala. And there's 2 centers. There's one center here, and there's one center here. The Guru center and the concentration center. So don't overactivate your Guru center. It's not good for you. The concentration center is the focus of controlling the energy, and you can activate that by being aware of the point of your nose as it connects there. So there are these 2 points in this chakra area zone where you are resonating this frequency. And so that's basically the Kundalini system. And then also something to do is to be breathing alternative nostril breathing. You can do that before you do this exercise, or you can do that after you do this exercise. It's to breathe in through the left nose, right? Breathe out through the left nose. Breathe in through the right nose. Breathe out through the left nose. In through the left nose, out through the left nose, out through, in and out. Then in through the left nose, out through the right nose, in through the right nose, out through the left nose, in through the left nose, out through. So you're basically causing these currents to flow through the Ida and the Pingala nadis in order to clear these nadis. And focus on your breath being the key. So that's basically it. Astral chakras being aligned. Getting back afterwards is with the rhythm of the breath. I feel like I've been talking forever. Please, guys, are you eating? What other exercises would you guys recommend? Obviously, shadow work. There's a trove of potential. Dr. K, what would you recommend? Because there's lots of different mental exercises one can do with numbers as well.
One of the greatest exercises I recommend is creative visualization through meditation. Seeing what it is you want to happen, running through different scenarios. You may be surprised where your mind may lead you, and how easy it is to magnetize certain things, to gravitate things towards you. I love the idea of, how empowering it actually is to imagine yourself performing in front of a universe of people. You might be surprised what that unlocks. But just, and also entertaining the idea of what you're afraid of. Giving yourself, one good thing about fear is it gives rise to the hero. And the hero is always needed to quell something.
Yeah, the good old creative visualization is very powerful. There's so many wonderful techniques that one can working with the 7 rays, one can visualize a sphere in front of oneself. This is a technique used by many theosophists use this technique, anthroposophists use this technique. It's part of the 7 ray doctrine. Many people that work with the 7 rays, different mystery schools use this. Visualize a sphere in front of you. Whatever color sphere comes to mind, step into that color sphere and feel the colors bouncing around all over you until you sort of absorb that color. And once you've absorbed that color, you start looking with your inner vision to see, like, well, where are you? What are you seeing? Are you on a field? Or where does your imagination put you in that color? And allowing yourself to go on some kind of a journey related to that color. Or to even just, like, you might find that there's an animal there. And the animal's like, you know, like, want to talk to you. And so it will talk to you. You'll find that these animal guides are telepathic and they can let you know things, and they might say, come along here, let me show you something, and then you'll just follow on a journey. So it's a great way to activate your imagination is with color. So to visualize a sphere, a colored sphere, and imagine yourself stepping into that sphere, literally in your body. Imagine yourself actually taking a step into that sphere, because that activity of imagining taking a step activates that imagination of you like walking somewhere else, if that makes sense. It's like the first step of a journey. So that's a great way to start creative visualization journeys. And then each one can be coded according to a color. And then you can come back out and write in your diary according to the color what kind of journey you had. You can start to map the colors for yourself, which can be quite healthy, because you can get an insight of which colors you have a good relationship with and which ones you don't. And then you can map that according to food. You can map that according to emotional qualities, emotional strengths and weaknesses, and get a real understanding of astrological principles working within yourself, because there will be a correlation. And then, of course, there's numbers that go with this as well. Another great form of exercise is japa. You get yourself a mala. Rosary beads. And you can use affirmations in English, or you can use mantra in different languages. You might be drawn to Pali. You might be drawn to Sanskrit. You might be drawn to Paleo Hebrew. You might be drawn to Chinese, right? Zen. There's different languages that have certain syllables, beach syllables from different languages, which are based on. And you repeat this phrase 108 times. And each time you roll it over a finger. This is the finger of the sun. So very often this is the finger that's used. This is the finger of Saturn. Very often this is the finger that's used. Saturn is the principle of contraction. The solar radiance is the principle of bringing life force into your energy body. So you could 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't use the finger of Jupiter. There's a general rule when you're doing japa. I recommend the ring finger. And yeah, you get a rosary, and each time you chant your phrase, you don't have to say it. You can chant it silently in your mind. It can be a phrase. It can be an affirmation. You know, it could be something like, I am the presence of harmony resonating through the spheres. You know, it could be something simple, or it could be a mantra. If you want to work with mantra, it could be Aum Mani Padme Hum. Could be that mantra. Could be Aum Namah Shivaya. That's 6 syllables, 6 chakras. Each syllable gives you control over the chakra. For developing the siddhi, actually, that mantra. Or it could be a Gayatri mantra. Could be a Ganesha mantra. Om Ganapataya Namaha. Yeah. Om Bhagavate Namaha. It could be whatever mantra is appealing to you, you could work with it. And you work with it in cycles of 108. If you get a half mala rosary, it could be a 54 rosary, then you'll do 2 cycles of that rosary to complete a single cycle of 108. I'm wearing a 54 rosary of big beads. So I do 2 cycles of that to make 1 cycle of 108. So that will put you into a trance of rhythm. And the rhythmic trance will actually recharge all of your energy centers and move the prana around your body and do all of that energetic work that you could have done. And it can put you into a trance so that you go into a journey. The rhythm is the key often. There's three different ways of chanting. You can chant for the presence of rhythm. You can chant for the presence of the tonality. Or you can chant for the presence of the idea that is left. And so there's different ways of chanting these mantra. From a shamanic perspective, you would chant for the rhythm. You fall into the trance of the rhythm to the point where you're no longer chanting. Your body's getting stuck in its own rhythm of chanting and you sort of drift off. And then you go on a journey into wherever you're going. So those are a number of exercises. And then, of course, there's Hatha Yoga, which is the 12 or the 10 postures of the solar resonance. We mentioned solar gazing. You can wake up and do the sun salutation. The sun salutation is designed to clear all the chakras. There's 2 versions. There's a 12 salutation or the 10 salutation. Either is just as effective. And you run through your cycles with your breath. You can go to a yoga school to learn these yoga hatha practices. And the hatha will clear your chakras as well. Align your emotional and your mental bodies into a state of harmony. I think that's quite a few. What other exercises? What about the shadow?
Yeah, there's shadow work practices. One good practice is purging ceremony you can do by the fire, in which you will contemplate things that no longer serve you that you're ready to release, and write them down on a piece of paper or put them into some tobacco in your hand or a stick, whatever is most convenient or serves you properly culturally or whatever. And at that point, then put that into the fire when you're ready to release it, and you will see smoke arising as new opportunities are arising in your life, and the ashes of what was holding you back are now falling down and no longer holding you back. So it's a powerful little ceremony that you can do, and that's helped a lot. It's good to do that during a new moon. And if you want to do some ceremonies involving full moon, you can do gratitude ceremony, in which you would just have tokens of gratitude, maybe celebrate, have a meal, a feast, and acknowledge some of the things you're grateful for in the full moon. But there's some practices if you're interested in doing some Taoist practices. The Taoism system is similar to the chakra system of Ayurveda, but so we have 3 integral parts of the system instead of 7. The Jing, is the essence of the what would be probably the root and the sacral chakra, or more the sacral chakra. Focuses on being the furnace of energy for the chi. And you can gain that energy from tantric practices by maintaining the vital fluids instead of releasing them, and learn how to cycle those fluids back in, which will act as stem cells and help to build vital tissues like the heart. And then from doing that tantric practice, you move up to practice of harnessing chi through breathing practice and slowing of the heart. You can gain DMT, which will help you gain Shen energy by building the ability to go into the inner eye and go into a deep trance, meditation, and that makes you able to see greater wisdom in things after being able to contemplate calmness, be able to be more receptive to things, and notice things more in deeper ways. And you'll be able to, as the Taoist sages did, eventually ascend to the stars, sun and moon, and be able to travel in the astral body. So that's just some basics on the system of some Taoist techniques.
Yeah, man. With the Taoist techniques, it also opens a lot of doors. Qigong, Tai Chi, they're all balancing the energies in the body. Once again, like all these other exercises, they're doing the same thing, really. You know, moving up the energy, moving down the energy, moving it around the body. According to the Taoist masters, all you have to do is rotate the energies through your body, and it's like if you've got water and you stir it. I don't know if you know this. It keeps it alive. So if you've got water and you stir it, it puts oxygen into the water. And if you keep stirring the water, it cleans the water. So it will keep the water alive. Keep putting fresh oxygen into the water. If you stir it every once in a while, it'll keep the water. So if you've got a fish tank, for example, right? And you don't want to have a bubbling machine in your fish tank, you could have a clever system where the water goes into another place and gets stirred and then gets moved back into the fish tank. You know, we'll do the same thing as having a bubbling to keep the high levels of oxygen in the water, keep the water clean. So there's something to be said about stirring water, stirring your energy, stirring the pot, stirring the cauldron.
Yeah, I've seen
yeah.
magnetic stirs for their water. It's got a little magnetic on the bottom, stirring around. Those look really cool. I love that stirring of the water. And it's, you know, when you see like a whirlpool pulling down, it's like the air is like going all the way down into the bottom layers sometimes.
The crown of thorns, the thorn crown. Well, the word crow is in crown. Let's start with the crow. So it does represent the activation of the higher centers. And so it represents there's many different representations attached to the crown of thorns. But one of the representations could be to have dominion over death. So we're speaking about the higher energy centers, the perfected Christ, Christos, Kundalini, raising to the higher chakras in order to liberate us from life and death. And obviously it represents kingship, but kingship over the divine plane. And traditionally, the crown might have been made out of, in different traditions, hawthorn. And hawthorn, you guys watched Harry Potter's, right? Whose wand was hawthorn wand? The name that mustn't be said was a hawthorn wand for a reason. So, you know, it has representation of the divine feminine and the gates of life and death, in a sense, and the perfection of suffering. On another level, it represents how suffering can perfect us. Represents sacrifice, which has the same prefix as sacri, sacred, sacred, red sack, which has got to do with karma yoga, perfecting your kundalini through the life that you've lived to be divinely inspired. But I mean, you could probably go on extrapolating with the crown of thorns till you get dizzy in the head, because there's so much to the crown of thorns. I think it's probably one of the most profound symbols, because it does also relate to the suffering of Saturn, but it's circular in its nature. So it's speaking about the divine feminine.
Well, that's why you have what they call a murder of crows, right? And the idea of circular suffering, the idea of kingship being put to death. You know, the idea of crows being the messenger of Odin. You know, there's this intimate connection between realms that they go back and forth. But if they're a higher representation of us, that just makes sense.
I love the way you said that, a murder of crows.
A very old saying. My grandmother used to say that, but then, you know, you see the wisdom in the oldest of adages.
Or sometimes you see a conspiracy of ravens.
Right.
I can't resist telling you this story. Okay. So I was staying at a friend of mine, Antama. It's his stage performing name. He's just been playing in some festivals all over the world. Where's he gone? I don't know. Anyway, Anthony. We were pretty close. And I was staying at his place in South London, walking distance from Crystal Palace Park. Sydenham. It's a place called Sydenham. And if you go up the Sydenham Hill, to the top of the Sydenham Hill, you're quite close to Crystal Palace Park. Anyway, he was staying in Sydenham Hill and I was staying at his place for a while. He went away and we were house sitting for him. And this cat started following me around one day. And it wouldn't leave me alone. It followed me, and there was this telepathic connection with this cat. And but the cat couldn't come into the apartment because there was an allergy of cats in the apartment. Anthony's partner at the time had an allergy to cats, and she was going to be coming back with him from Portugal. So I couldn't allow the cat to come into the property at any point. But so this cat followed me into Sydenham, like a mile. It's quite a way. into Sydenham, sort of following me across. Like I had to pick the cat up because it was like trying to follow me across busy London. You know, London is this heavy place for traffic. Huh? Sydenham's like zone 3. So it's not so busy, but it's still busy. I mean, London is London. So anyway, and we were only going to be in London for a little while. So we'd been in Kendal in the Lake District, and we'd come back and we were like, we were going to go to India or something. Was it India? Yeah, probably India. So this cat wouldn't leave me alone. So I was like, came back, followed me home from town. So the cat followed me on a journey for about 2.5 miles through town. This cat following me on the like, everybody was like weirded out because it's like it's a busy place. It's a busy time of day. There's people walking everywhere. There's this cat. You just don't see a cat, you know, in a busy town. Sydenham High Street. So anyway, the cat followed me home from Sydenham, and I couldn't let the cat in. So I like explained to the cat, like, I can't let you in. But I gave the cat some food, but the cat wasn't really hungry. I mean, he ate a bit of food just out of a token, like, I'll take some of that. But so anyway, I would feel this presence of this cat now. I had this connection with this cat. I could feel this cat. And I could tell when the cat was at the door. I'd be like, oh, damn, he's at the door again. So I'd have to go outside and spend some time with him. And hang out with the cat. Like he was my buddy. He'd just come over, like visit me and like be outside the door. And I'd sense like, boom, he's there. So I'd have to go to the door and there he is. So anyway, one day we were walking to Crystal Palace Park, myself and my ex-wife. Of course, like the cat could sense me and came out from wherever he materialized from and was with me. Followed to Crystal Palace Park, which was about a 5-minute, 10-minute walk, maybe about a bit less than half a mile. And walked into Crystal Palace Park. Now, Crystal Palace Park is a huge, huge park. Walked through the park, like halfway into the park. We went to go and chill on a beautiful lawn. And suddenly the crows went crazy. Now, I've always had a connection with crows. The crows started attacking the cat. The crows came out of everywhere and they were like flying. I've never seen my ex-wife got scared. She was like, oh my God. She was like, you know the film, the like the birds? She thought like there's something going on. There's something weird going on. And anyway, the crows started flying around, like circling, like you've never seen this kind of thing before. All the crows at once. And they were circling around me. And they wouldn't let the cat come near to me. They were trying to attack the cat. So I had to take off my jacket and like wave the crows away, you know, swing the jacket over the cat to protect him from the crows because they were actually dive bombing him, like in sequence. Never seen anything like this before in my life. The weirdest, craziest scene. I actually got afraid for that cat. Like I had to like stand watch, protect the cat because the crows would have killed it. Who would have thought, huh? Crows, they're an interesting bunch. So, what do you guys want to add? I see we've reached the 4-hour mark. What do you guys want to add, Dr. K, Indy? What haven't we covered yet?
One thing I'll add, as the weather is changing here, it's getting warmer, especially in terms of creative visualization and understanding how powerful we are as so-called individuals. Going outside and looking at clouds watching the wind patterns and projecting, seeing what your mind can write in the sky. You may be surprised. It was made a cliche when I was a child growing up, but you see it in interesting places, especially in film, in fantasy, in love stories, in rom-coms. I've noticed, especially, and there's a reason for that. Anybody familiar with The Wizard of Oz, for example? In the original Wizard of Oz, when it opens in the sky. So it's trying to induce you to be in this fantasy, in this dream state. That's for a multitude of reasons. So I can't recommend that highly enough.
Yeah, cloud gazing. It's like gazing directly into your subconscious. Indie brother, what have we not added?
Yeah, I think we kind of mentioned this vaguely earlier, but just getting out into nature, nature therapy is really powerful. And sometimes, like, the thing I like to do is I like to go out into nature and look for one animal and one plant or flower and one mineral or crystal, and look up their meaning, and like that would be like my message for the day or something. So that's a fun little thing I like to do sometimes. It can be powerful. You come up with your own little spin on things. You just go out into nature and commune with nature. Also, it's spring up here in the Northern Hemisphere, so anybody that's interested in gardening's like a really good way to ground yourself and get out there, get your hands dirty. It's a powerful way to get probiotics through under your fingernails. It's a really direct way to get ones. Your body can choose which ones it likes, which ones it doesn't. And that's really powerful as well. So, yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody for a great show. And anybody in the comments, if you want to suggest any last minute modalities or practices, that's cool. And thank you guys for all your input today and your feedback. Much appreciated. And thank you, Khalil and Franklin and Jeremy for being on earlier. And had a fun show today, just being a core group.
That's an interesting point. Is there anything that you guys in the chat would have liked to have heard more about, or anything that you'd like us to mention? I noticed Magic talking about how he drinks his wee every day. Bloody hell, that's going to keep you young, man. You might age negatively. You might start getting younger. Your wife will start like she's going to have to work hard to keep up, basically. But there's definitely something to be said about preserving DNA by drinking urine. I think there's definitely a lot to that. And it's one of the least done things, because you know what? They brainwashed us into believing that our urine was dirty. How weird is that? They brainwashed us. They taught us that urine's full of germs and it's disgusting, but it's actually got so much good stuff in it.
This goes directly to the idea of knowing thyself. One of the reasons why Frank Herbert's Dune was deemed so far out was because of the idea of the Fremen, who were the indigenous population of Arrakis or Dune, who had these still suits. And these still suits would take all of the waste of the body and recombinate it alchemize it to make it actual drinking water, where the body could thrive off of essentially a thimble of water a day, extremely efficient. But it was because your body's waste or your urine was being recycled. And that idea is ancient, but because of that, it has been demonized, so we can understand why. But just a little bit of research, you'll be amazed, the benefits.
The thing that amazed me about urine drinking is you only drink your own. That's first key. Okay, you only drink your own. My ex-wife toyed with the idea of drinking my urine. I was like, no, stay away from that. She was like, what happens if you drink other people's urine? I was like, no. Very weird concept. So you only drink your own. And the more you drink your urine, the more your diet changes. It's incredible. Like, you used to think you liked eating something until you were drinking your urine regularly. Suddenly you don't want to eat that thing anymore. You want to eat something that you never wanted to eat before. But suddenly you walk into a supermarket and that food's calling to you. I have to get that vegetable. I don't normally prepare it, but I want that one, and I want that one, and I want that one. And you start eating different foods. And as you change your diet, your urine tastes better. Until, this is going to sound weird, but your urine starts to taste good. And you know that you are nailing that diet down with big 9-inch nails when your urine's tasting good. So there's something of an education, the dietary education. Don't think you need to study dietary sciences. I think you just need to drink your urine, because your urine will sort you out. You'd be like, someone will offer you a coffee, you'd be like, no. Someone will offer you milk, you'd be like, ooh. You automatically start to become a vegan. You can't eat cheese and drink urine. Oh my gosh, it's disgusting. Your body tells you what it does and doesn't want to eat. So yeah, the urine is a big deal. Have you got something for us, Indy? Hold on. Maybe I can do this better.
My girlfriend just helped me reframe this picture. It's made with little threads of gold, like grass size.
That is gorgeous.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it was just some rubbish, and I decided to fix it up. Came out good.
Is that in Indonesia?
Yeah, it looks Indonesian. They got the rice hats on, right on the water. Large fishing poles.
They do a lot of fishing out there in Indonesia, don't they?
Yeah, the houses are right on the water.
There's some tribes that live almost exclusively on the water in Indonesia. They actually build little villages out in the ocean.
Yeah, there's a tree on the water too in this picture, which is interesting. I have a whole Asian motif in my kitchen. From Southeast Asia up to China and Japan too.
What a concept. So there's one more thing, I suppose. Sun gazing, a very powerful technique. We discussed it. I recommend 40-day course. What I would say is do it for 40 days. Then after doing it for 40 days, don't stop doing it. Do it for a second phase of 40 days. And once you've done it for a second phase of 40 days, then wake up, watch the sun as it starts to rise. And the moment the sun has risen off the horizon, watch it for the first little bit and then turn your back on the sun. and then start gazing at your shadow on a rock or on a wall, and gaze at the nape of your own neck, of your shadow's neck. And if you gaze at the nape of your shadow's neck, you'll feel a tingling on your own neck. It's very, very weird. It's a sympathetic reaction. And that will actually cause you to start opening up to the divine feminine. And your emotions will start to come through. It's like a preceding, it's like opening the door to your shadow. But then you're going to have to work hard. Because now it's time to work. Start working with the shadow. You like the shadow is like it's like the kind of job that once you start it, you can't stop until it's done. You know, it's like cleaning a carpet. You can't start doing one piece of the carpet and go, I'm done for the day. No, you got to do all the carpets now. And now that you've done the carpets, you got to dry the carpets. It's a palaver. But it is what it is. But after you've done it, those carpets are fresh. And I'm saying that because my carpets need to get cleaned. Anyway, what are the last things that you guys want to throw at the table, the closing statements? I see we're now at 4:21, so we'll probably be going to like 4:30. Dr. K, Indy, do you guys have closing statements for the people that are still with us?
Well, I would say thank you, Franklin, again for the space. Thank you, Indy, for the incredible information and energy as always. Thank you to Jeremy, who was able to join us earlier. Thank you to everybody in the chat for joining us and interacting. Pay attention to your spiritual clocks. Pay attention to where your attention is drawn. And, assume your power. Walk in your power. Walk in your knowing that you already know all that there is to know. You only need to remember that you do. Enjoy the eclipse and let the eclipse enjoy you. And if anything, make the eclipse afraid of you, not the other way around. Love, peace, and power.
Many thanks.
Whatever you.
Many thanks to Franklin. Thanks, Khalil, for helping us remember to walk in our power, and for all of your great wisdom and for your presence here today. It's always great to have you with us here on the panel. And thank you, Franklin, for having the space for us and for your amazing wisdom and knowledgeability today. And that techniques that you've been able to share with us are incredible. And it's always amazing to learn so much more about different systems of Ayurveda and practices to help us in our lives. Bring this knowledge and this wisdom into fruition and help us put it into daily practices for ourselves. It's just such a powerful lessons today to learn from. I know I took some notes. And thank you to the great audience and for Jeremy for popping in earlier. Posed some great questions for us. Always stirs things up here at the round table. And thanks for everybody. Appreciate everybody.
Bless you, brother, and bless you, brother. Both Dr. K and Indy, you guys are amazing. And to our dear brother who has gone to look after his boy. Sorry, his girl, his daughter. And to all of you beautiful souls in the chat that have been there sharing your hearts with us, sharing your thoughts and your energy, and hopefully enjoying our rambling and my dizzy stories and the lovely insights that come when we build a consciousness group, as we do. Sending you all so much love. Thank you for joining us. It's been an honor to be on here with you guys, both of you, and dear Jeremy as well. Sending big love, respect, peace, Om Shanti to all of you. And thank you for your love wishes, your lovely wishes in the chat. And yeah, man, I love what Dr. K said. I was just gonna add and say, don't be selfish and go scaring the eclipse away. The rest of us also need to experience it. Could you imagine the eclipse getting scared and like running off? Like, turns out there's an eclipse on Mercury or somewhere else now. You know, the eclipse doesn't want to hang out on Earth anymore. It's like, I'm done with Earth. I'm not coming back again. So, anyway, sending you all so much love, blessings, peace, harmony. Have an absolutely awesome day. And Indy, thank you for being our model, our in-house model. Indy was doing his sunshine gig today. The sun always shines for Indy. Somehow you managed to lap up the sun any time of year. It's incredible. Like really, like the sun must follow you around. So if you ever want to be in the sunshine, just be near Indy and get him to take his shirt off. It's sunny. It's like the sun was like, I got my cue. Clouds like, get out of the way. Anyway, sending you all so much love, blessings, and peace and harmony. And it was great. I hope you guys enjoyed. Take it easy. Don't forget to smile. I think that's the secret. I think that's our takeaway here. Smile your way through the eclipse and just be totally grateful. Because when you're totally grateful, you're full of greatness and you're so aligned with the spiritual potentials within yourself that nothing can bring you down. And when you're grateful, you want to smile. And the more you smile, the more you become grateful. So gratefulness and smiling seem to be somehow connected energetically. It's a big Taoist secret, the smiling story. And we don't realize how much energy moves through our being when we smile. Think about it. You can walk into a shopping center and see a really depressed person, and you flash them a smile, and you see their whole face change. They walk away with a smile. That person will flash a smile to someone else. It's like a chain reaction. You can send a smile rippling through a supermarket just by smiling at one person and change the entire consciousness of a room. Just one smile at one person. It's incredible if you think about it. The power of the smile. It's like you can change the world with a smile. So let's take that from this discussion. And Om Shanti. Blessed be. Take it easy. And thank you all. Have an absolutely awesome night. God bless.
Blessed be.